Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, July 20th Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and present meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking, and for online participants, feel free to disable your video when not presenting or when providing public comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track the commentary. If you experience technical issues in the virtual meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF hosts in Salem during this event. For those watching this meeting via live stream and present in this room, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or if present, merely raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for board discussion and additional questions. We offer real-time public testimony under item 1, where the public can comment on items on and off the agenda. At the end of the board comments, we will begin our public comment period. Commenters, you will have 3 minutes to testify. We have 3 decision items in front of the board today. Item number 2, Committee for Family Forestlands Annual Report, and item number 3, Certified Burn Manager Rulemaking. Time for live public comment is available for items 2 and 3. For decision items with public testimony, the board will be presented with information and a staff recommendation. I will then open it up for board questions. If none, I will invite members of the public who signed up for the item to join us, either online or in the room. Board members can ask follow-up questions from the presenters before the board sets forth a motion for discussion and vote. We will use a roundtable approach for the voting process, which seems to work best as we continue to adapt to these hybrid public meetings. Additionally, members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for this meeting's agenda item and enter it into the record, please send in your comments by August 3rd. And just on a personal note, I just almost 2 weeks ago joined the club of COVID, and one thing I would just want to share is that we live on a ranch, and so we're pretty isolated. We're rarely, my wife and I, exposed to others, and I had a cowboy who works for us and his friend helped move a little bit of furniture, and basically we hardly came close to each other, and the exposure was kind of like a grocery store level of exposure. So obviously this new variant is way more contagious than what we're all used to, and we're fine, but I'm going to continue to, myself to wear a mask when I'm not speaking, and everybody just needs to do whatever they're comfortable with. But I thought I would mention that experience. So any questions so far? All right. If none, I will perform a roll call to confirm that we have a quorum that can be met for today's items. Liz Boa?
Present.
Carla Chambers?
Here.
Ben Doimling?
Here.
Chandra Ferrari?
Here.
Joe Justice?
Here.
Brenda McComb?
Here.
And myself, Jim Kelly. I'll note that we are all here in the room. And moving on to the consent agenda items next. Do I have a motion to accept consent items A through N?
Liz moves to approve consent items A through N.
Couldn't understand you.
I move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Joe Justice.
Joe Justice seconds. All right. Unmute and prepare to vote when your name is called for the record. We have a motion and a second. And this is to accept all the consent agenda items. Liz Poa,
Yes.
Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Shonda Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
and myself, Jim Kelly, is an aye as well. With that, with consensus, the motion to accept the consent agenda items has carried. Okay. Next up is item 1, State Forester and Board Member comments. And we'll start with you, State Forester Cal Mukamoto.
Thank you, Jim. Chair Kelly, excuse me. My name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm State Forester for the record. And good morning and welcome to everyone joining us both here in Salem and virtually. Fire season has been quieter than we've become accustomed to over the past several years, but the department has still kept busy with work on several key projects, one of which is the continued implementation of SB 768 Bill 762. As you've likely heard, the statewide fire risk map launched earlier this month. At its core, the wildfire risk map is a tool to help inform decision-making and planning related to mitigating wildfire risk for communities throughout Oregon. Knowing the level of wildfire risk at the tax lot level will assist homeowners and local governments in identifying the mitigation actions they can take to protect their homes and communities. Development of this map was one of ODF's responsibilities in close collaboration with Oregon State University. Launching the map was the first major milestone in implementation of the state's wildfire omnibus bill from 2021, but we're not done yet. We're engaged with local, state, and local partners and property owners to discuss concerns and challenges with the goal of ensuring map functions as intended. As with other wildfire risk mitigation work, this map is a long-term endeavor that needs to be approached collaboratively to be successful. Making it a reality was an immense lift. And I'd like to take a moment to thank our Rulemaking Advisory Committee, our partners at OSU, and the small team, ODF team, who all put an immense amount of time and effort into this project. Another deliverable for Senate Bill 762 is establishment of the Certified Burn Manager Program. ODF has been working with a Rulemaking Advisory Committee for several months, and you'll hear more about the deep results of their efforts later this morning when the board votes on whether to move forward with the rulemaking process. Another rulemaking effort that's underway is related to the private forest accord. Forest Resources Division staff have been working closely with Accord member authors to draft a series of rules that will come before the board during a special meeting in August. Additionally, work to implement recommendations on financial improvements from MGO continues. You'll hear more about the status of work, including MGO's assessment of our progress this afternoon. The last item that has been keeping us busy the past couple of weeks is an unfortunate one. Emerald ash borer was recently confirmed in Oregon. These invasive pests have destroyed millions of ash trees in 30 states. A member of the Forest Grove community who had taken our invasive pest identification course spotted signs of emerald ash borer presence and immediately reported it to us. We're working closely with the Oregon Department of Agriculture in executing the response plan we've jointly developed over the past several years. ODF's current focus is on public and local government, education and awareness, with ODA focusing on potential impacts to nurseries throughout the state. With that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Kelly.
Thank you. First, on a sad note, I want to recognize that the community of this board, as well as the community of family forestry in Oregon, lost an important member. Ben Doimling's sister, Catherine, passed away after a long illness, and we are so sorry to hear that. Okay, I would like to address some of the comments from my fellow board members in the report of board governance performance self-evaluation. Specifically, frustration with a lack of focus and control of our board meeting agendas. Honestly, I think that criticism is right on. In my first year as board chair, I have learned that if you don't aggressively take control of the agenda, others do that for you. Luckily, we are uniquely blessed to have a state forester who has previously served on this board and is highly sensitive to this issue and been sympathetic to my complaints and in complete agreement. Cal and I have been having good conversations recently about the challenges we've faced with so many different things that come before this board. Many agenda items are established in precedent and some in statute. So together, Cal and I have been aggressively trying to cut down on some of the presentations that are more operational in nature. That's why you are seeing more items put onto the consent agenda. And this is ruffling some feathers. There are a lot of folks who would like to get in front of the board who are not. So what's our goal? We are trying to free ourselves from so much informational reporting that is operational in nature and to free up more time for presentations of science and for discussions of policy. My belief is that we have a responsibility to have a degree of knowledge of ODF operational issues, but only to the degree necessary that we can do a good job overseeing the state forester, who is the person directly responsible for operations. At the same time, we do have certain statutory obligations, such as our responsibility for financial oversight. All that said, I can only say that Cal and I are aware of the need for change and actively trying to make those changes. So my fellow board members, your help and assistance with suggestion for presenters and presentations, as well as topics. I'm really talking about scientific presentations primarily here, is welcome and encouraged. And I also want to assure all of you that I continue to be committed to having meetings being in person as much as possible, to meet outside of Salem as much as practical, and to field tours. And one other note on this, also in that self-evaluation, someone noted that board involvement on various committees may have, I think the comment was that it may have been historically important, but not essential and should be reconsidered. And I, from personal experience, would agree with that thought. So I would hope that we can put that up as an item for discussion when we have our retreat this fall. And finally, on a more housekeeping note, you may have noticed that Hillary informed all of you that you will no longer be given printed copies of PowerPoint presentations. And the reason for that is that I complained after the last meeting that with my poor eyesight, I sometimes could not read the slides on the big screen or the printed versions. This reminded me that really PowerPoint presentations are designed to be looked at on a computer. And often, I would say most of the time, don't print out on the page in a way that is legible. So, we always have this ability to go back and look at any presentation afterwards. We have access to it on our computer where we can actually be able to read it. And if anybody has any thoughts or problems with those changes, please let Hillary and I know. And with that, I would ask other board members for opening comments. Carla Chambers.
Thank you. And thank you, Jim. I think those are thoughtful comments and really helpful. I want to thank Senator Wyden and Bill Herber. Since the last meeting, we've been spending a lot of time trying to work through getting paid by FEMA. And one of the reasons I came onto this board was to try and help out fiscally and with fiscal soundness and to be sure that this department is on solid footing. And I noted in our pre-board comments that we have almost 68 million, that's well over 120 days out, and 33 million where we're waiting on FEMA before we can invoice FEMA due to their process. It's not due to our holdback. But we have about 101 million of accounts receivable with FEMA. And Senator Wyden is really helping us. But I want to be sure our board, all of us as board members, keep our eye on this ball because that is such a high percentage of our annual budget. And they are very delayed payers. And so I just really appreciate the senator's office helping. The delayed fire season is helping us. The 50 million from the legislature is helping us. But that 101 million of accounts receivable, our state lands is down about 14.3 million versus projected, or about 36%. That'll hopefully correct. And we have 88.4 million left to invoice. At the same time that we've gone from a very strong fourth quarter of 6.9% GDP in the US economy to a negative 1.6% in the first quarter, and the Atlanta Fed is projecting a negative 2.1%. So the possibility of recession is there. I would fully expect that we will see state budget cuts. So I just want this to be front and center in our thinking, watching cash flow as we set policies, really understanding the financial impacts of what we're doing could not be more important in this environment. So thank you for hearing that. And I just want to be sure it's top of mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for your own prodding there. Other board member comments this morning? Okay, not hearing any. We'll move on to our next step here. We had a request from Commissioner Yamamoto, who is not going to be available for his scheduled time this afternoon. So I understand he is with us today. And so we were hoping that we could fit him in before we have the rest of the public comment. Commissioner, are you with us?
I am Chair Kelly. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the flexibility so much. It's very helpful since I'm flying out to Denver this afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board.
Great. You've got 15 minutes, so go for it.
Thank you so much. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto, also Chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Mukamoto, staff. Again, I am Dave Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner and Chair of the Forest Trust Lands Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee, FTLAC. I'm here today representing FTLAC in order to fulfill our statutory responsibility to advise the Board of Forestry and the State Forester on matters which affect management of the state forest lands under ORS 526-156. I do want to take a quick pause here and address State Forester Mukamoto directly. Cal, I understand a little birdie told me that I need to congratulate you, first of all, on your very recent wedding nuptials. I want to congratulate you and wish you and your blushing bride all the best in the future. So again,
Thank you, Commissioner.
taking that quick pause.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Board members, at these Board of Forestry meetings, I have heard much talk about the HCP and FMP goals and strategies, and I have raised many questions, many not fully answered. What I have not heard much about is vision. Today, I pose to you the question, what is your vision for management of our state forest lands? At the last board meeting, we heard Board Member Chambers talk about her forestry tour in Finland, sustainable forest management, and the multiple products generated from sustainably harvested timber. We also heard that simple top-down directives threatened that sustainable economy. I have not heard a discussion here at the Board of Forestry of an integrated view of what the state forest lands provide. Instead, there are siloed statements and narrowly defined values. Discussion of the next forest management plan has centered on the number of meetings hosted and the number of comments collected. The plan itself is built on at least 21 goals and a host of strategies, each seemingly developed in isolation, without consideration of the tension between goals or overarching needs, such as the need to support the residents in our rural communities, the need to manage lands sustainably, the need to respond to environmental changes, disturbance, and climate change. The Tillamook Working Lands and Waters Cooperative recently hosted 2 tours of working lands and waters in Tillamook County. On the tours, one in April for the House Energy and Natural Resource Committee, and the second in June for county commissioners, as well as several other VIPs from across the state. We saw what I think is an inspiring vision for sustainable land management. We toured farms and forests in Tillamook County managed by local residents, while producing raw materials for local manufacturing, all in a community known for its recreational value. We saw the cows that produce milk for Tillamook cheese and ice cream, the trees that supply timber to the Hampton and Stimson mills in Tillamook, which make building materials used right here in Oregon and in neighboring states. We heard from land managers who work with their neighbors to ensure community values are met, that water quality is maintained, that the need to manage land sustainably, the need to respond to environmental changes. I'm sorry, I missed a spot here. I do apologize. We heard from land managers who work with their neighbors to ensure community values are met, that water quality is maintained, and fish habitat restored. As a result of their work, Tillamook County is home to some of the strongest coho runs in the state. An alternate vision I hear at BOC, at the Board of Forestry, is that we should not utilize our local natural resources. We hear that use is merely exploitations. We hear that we do not need wood products, the wood products we manufacture locally. What we do not hear is that the data do not support this view. Demand for softwood lumber, the primary material produced by purchasers of timber from state forest lands, is driven by home building, repair, and remodeling. As we hear about the housing shortage facing this country, right here in Oregon, and ever increasing housing prices, it is clear that more homes are needed. Since the Great Recession, housing starts are down. Analysis by Freddie Mac shows that the housing deficit has grown to over 3 million homes as of 2020. That number is certainly larger now. Over the decades, domestic lumber production has come to meet only a portion of our collective demand, even as mills have become more efficient and able to manufacture more lumber per board foot of timber. Imports make up the difference. Looking regionally, West Coast lumber production has been generally stable, again, even as efficiency has improved, while production in the US South and imports have surged. I do not have to tell you that the South and foreign countries do not have the same rigorous environmental standards we have here in Oregon. Nor should I have to tell you that increased home building will only lead to more imports unless we can sustainably source timber locally. With all of this in mind, I need to turn to the decisions ahead of you for the proposed HCP, Habitat Conservation Plan, and proposed FMP, Forest Management Plan. We currently learned that ODF has no financial plan to support the HCP, even as all budget projections show that ODF not generating enough revenue to support the department in the long run. I am stunned by this. ODF says it is pursuing an HCP to ensure management certainty. There is no certainty if there is no financial plan. Without a financial plan, ODF cannot ensure that it can continue to manage state forest lands as required by state law under ORS 530.050. It cannot provide vital revenue to counties and taxing districts, and it cannot fund implementation of the HCP. I must note here that the Federal Services HCP handbook states, and I quote, "The HCP end permit should contain a clear commitment on the part of the applicant to fund the plan," unquote. ODF clearly cannot make this commitment without a long-term financial plan. Inability to fund management under the HCP is an existential threat to the department and to rural communities in our counties. The counties depend on the revenue from state forest lands to fund essential public services. Our communities also depend on the family wage fully benefited jobs provided by timber harvest and manufacturing and associated support services. I believe that we are reaching a tipping point in harvest levels in Oregon, below which we will not be able to sustain the skilled workforce and manufacturing infrastructure needed to maintain the sustainable production of timber in Oregon. In September, ODF will ask you to provide direction on the HCP. ODF will also provide you with a summary of public comments submitted as part of the NEPA process. A summary of public comments sent to the federal services is inadequate for you to provide direction. In addition to the public comments, you need to see the comment responses. More importantly, you need to understand why the proposed HCP is appropriate, something ODF has not been able to show. Why the proposed HCP is appropriate is FTLAC's overarching question behind the numerous questions we have asked of ODF here in our testimony, in writing, and at FTLAC meetings with staff. ODF continues to be unable to show quantitatively that the HCP protects the economic interests of the counties, mitigates the impacts of take under the HCP, or even what the expected take is under the HCP. ODF describes the development of the HCP only as a collaborative effort with partners, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Notably, this list does not include the counties. ODF has not described how science informed the development of the HCP, how impacts are quantified, or how mitigation is quantified. We have not even seen a map of where current projected habitat is located. When we ask for this information, ODF states that it is NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife that does this analysis, or that there is no time for this analysis due to an artificial NEPA timeline. Meanwhile, NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife tell us this is an applicant-driven process. Excuse me, but I just have to exclaim here, what a bureaucratic runaround. If ODF cannot articulate how the proposed HCP meets ESA requirements, provides management certainty, and protects the county's interests, I have to recommend to you that you not support this HCP. Board, you have the opportunity and the duty to consider impacts of management decisions broadly and to understand how your decisions may ripple through the economy. State Forester Mukamoto, you have a duty under law to ensure management practices are based on the best science available under ORS 629-0350-0020 sub 3 sub E. I implore you to use this opportunity to ask what is right for the counties and Oregon's rural communities. Ask questions that probe at why the HCP is appropriate in scale and scope. Ask what are the scientific foundations of the proposed HCP and what analyses justify the extent of this plan. Further, ask whether a forest management plan with 21 widely varying goals, some seemingly in conflict with others, with dozens of implementation strategies, is appropriate for ODF. Finally, ask yourself, what is your vision of state forest lands? Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I appreciate very much this opportunity to address you this morning, especially your flexibility to move me from this afternoon to this morning. I stand ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions, board members? Carla Chambers.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things I'm trying to better understand from the HCP is really the economic impact projected to the counties and the economic impact in general, but specifically in addition to the counties. And maybe you've got a clearer vision of that than I do at this point. Would you like to talk about that?
We've done some analysis on the economic impacts, and we're very, very sorry that the EIS did not really go into much detail at all. And we feel much of the data enclosed there was incorrect when they're predicting that approximately 3 jobs per million board feet of timber in Oregon happen. And we know that's much higher, much closer to 11 to 14 jobs per million board feet. And in the analysis done by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA Fisheries on the economic analysis, they didn't even take into account plywood mills and paper mills and things of that nature. So the jobs, and you always hear me talk about this, the family wage fully benefited jobs. That is a large portion of what makes our rural counties go. When you as board members of the Department of Forestry look at the HCP and what the decreased harvest is going to do to the ODF budget, we're looking at almost 50% of the ODF budget disappearing. So, and as counties, we cannot move blindly forward, knowing that this HCP is going to drastically cut county revenues, as well as fully benefited family wage jobs. And yet ODF at this point does not have a plan in place for how they are going to make up their own revenue shortfalls moving forward. And again, that is mandated by the federal services. So I can go on and on and on, and I appreciate the question very much. I'd love to be able to address this in more detail in the future, and I'd be more than willing to do that if you so wish.
All right. Thank you again, Commissioner. I think we're ready at this point to move on to public comment. And
Thank you for your time today.
you betcha. All right. Thank you for those who have signed up to provide testimony to the board today. We ask that everyone in the Zoom queue not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. I ask that before you start, that you state your full name, the topic you are commenting on, any associated affiliation, if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With many commenters and limited time, I want to offer a few suggestions. When providing the oral comment, try to endorse rather than repeat the testimony of others. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information, and that can still, it would be sent to us up until August 3rd. And as we are capped on time, if commenters are staying for the entire meeting, we will try to fit any additional requests by comments at the end of the day. Hillary, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we are ready to begin.
Okay, I understand that our first commenter is David Reed. David, are you with us?
I am.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm David Reed, the Executive Director of the Astoria, Warrenton Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'll be commenting on the proposed Habitat Conservation Plan. Our chamber is 149 years old. We've seen our towns thrive and we've seen them struggle. And we can have 15 decades of case studies to know what precipitates each. We have 600 member businesses, organizations, and institutions representing thousands of local jobs. How many of those members will be affected by this decision? 600, every single one. Our economy is diverse and it's interwoven. One can't simply inflict devastating wounds to a major industry like the one contemplated here without doing damage to other industries and jobs. Our economy is diverse. Why? Because we spent the past 4 decades making it so. We built it brick by brick, investing in education and infrastructure in order to grow new industries and jobs. Using the growth from that work to invest more in education and infrastructure to grow new industries and new jobs and so on. It's a staircase, not an elevator. This proposal takes aim at some of the most critical and foundational steps in that staircase, namely family wage jobs, education, and social services, which rely on timber revenue. We cannot recruit business, industries, or talent without great schools and safe communities. We built the economy, and by 2019, Clatsop County actually had the second lowest unemployment rate in the state. Then the pandemic hit. And with a respectable recovery underway, we now find ourselves staring down a major recession and highest inflation in 40 years. Now, this gut punch, which amounts to nothing less than a self-inflicted wound to Oregon's economy, because it's not just our local economy that is interwoven. The same must surely be said for our entire state. Last time you heard from Kevin Leahy testifying on the specific and widespread damage this will do to our county's economy. But perhaps the rationale is that the environment is more important than the economy. Fair enough, but I submit to you that a healthy wood products industry actually helps the environment, and I can say with certainty that failing communities in poverty will do it great harm. In the time that I have left, I want to talk about collaboration. We have in Clatsop County some of the best managed and sustainable forests in the world, and we got there by collaboration and hard-won trust between industry and environmental concerns. Hear me on this. Collaboration and trust are how nearly everything of value in our society gets done. Taking this sudden, wide, and unilateral swipe at habitat management breaches that trust and undoes 40+ years of hard work and understanding. I urge this board to reconsider the proposed HCP and start again with the whole picture in mind and all parties at the table.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed. Next up is Jennifer Hamaker. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Jennifer, are you with us?
I am.
All right, go right ahead.
My name is Jen Hamaker. I thank you for allowing me to have comment today. I sit on the board of Oregon Natural Resource Industries, ONRI for short. We have about 10,000 followers, many who will be impacted by this habitat conservation plan. I just want to first start off by saying that Commissioner Yamamoto was spot on. I agree with him 100%. I would only add that if you purchase a stick of lumber in the state of Oregon, you are purchasing wood that has been sustainably managed and is under the strictest rules, regulations, and laws in any industry in any state of the United States of America. This HCP will affect me. Oregon is rich in natural resources. The men and women who manage these resources are the true stewards, the true environmentalists. We are proud of who we are and where we've come from. Let's not forget that a 22-foot golden pioneer stands tall and proud upon our state capitol building, wielding an axe, a tarp for shelter, and work boots. In both the House and Senate chambers, our floors are carpeted with natural resource pictures. Wheat and fish are in the Senate, and the mighty Doug fir covers the House floor. Our flag is the only two-sided flag in the country. One side boasts of our natural resources, and the other side has our state animal, the beaver. 2009, they tried to redesigning our flag with a contest. Many artists submitted their designs, but when the statewide votes were tallied, our original flag won. In 2013, a bill was introduced that would have made several changes to our flag. It never made it out of committee. Under the supermajority and our current governor, our state lacks a balanced government. The people who work in the natural resource industries are not being represented. People making decisions about our natural resources are not stewards of our land. Just a couple recent examples of the politicians' decisions that impact our daily life: the private forest accord, 50-year bill, 10 million acres affected, 60,000 timberland owners impacted, 30% industry loss, millions of taxpayers' money to operate this legislation. Unmanaged land is now required on private timberland. HCP devalues this timberland. 13 industry leaders and 13 environmental groups do not represent 60,000 timberland owners. SB 1546, the Elliott State Forest, 83,000 acres, over 1 billion board feet. Over $1 billion of board feet of timber, worth well over $1 billion. Grows over 80 million board feet per year, consistently contributed $5 million annually to the Common School Fund, supported our local communities. Until an HCP was implemented in 2011. The HCP devalued the Elliott. Now it costs more to manage than it makes in revenue. Sound familiar? Local communities have dried up and drugs have taken over instead of family wage jobs. The taxpayers of Oregon just paid $221
Your time
million
is
to buy.
Could you provide your last comment?
We need you to wrap up.
I am against this HCP. I implore you, please go back to the drawing board. A lot of these numbers are inaccurate. The revenue is inaccurate. The jobs that are implemented are in the 3 jobs per million board feet versus what the industry uses for bidding and planning. There are so many inaccuracies in here, which David went over, Commissioner Yamamoto went over.
Please, okay. Thank you for your testimony. All right, next up, we will have Lindsay Davis. Lindsay, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Davis. I work for Hampton Family Forest, but today I'm providing testimony regarding the proposed habitat conservation plan from my personal perspective and resident of Clatsop County. This HCP as presented will impact Clatsop County disproportionately as Clatsop County bears the bulk of the state lands in Oregon. Schools, fire districts, 4-H and extension services, healthcare, rural law enforcement, among others, will suffer with the reduction of timber harvest revenues. These are all services that contribute to our community's safety and well-being. I know firsthand how a reduction in these services and the loss of jobs can devastate an entire rural community. You see, I was born and raised in Southern Oregon, in Josephine County, and my family was directly impacted by the elimination of the ONC timber revenues in the 90s. You've heard numerous testimonies about the potential impacts to businesses, jobs, and rural economies if this particular HCP is pursued, but I really want to speak up for the kids. The kids of today in Clatsop County that will be impacted the way I was impacted as a kid growing up in Josephine County. No one really wants to talk about what happens behind closed doors when a community suffers such a swift and hard punch blow and hundreds of residents suddenly find themselves out of work. But I can unfortunately testify firsthand that it was not easy, not on any of us. Almost overnight, we went from a family that regularly donated to the food bank to a family that was standing in line at one. As kids, we didn't really understand how all of this happened. The amount of stress, the sadness, the tears watching your parents worry, watching them argue, and wondering if we were all going to be okay. It was maddening at times and certainly traumatic. Many of my school friends suffered the same as me behind their closed doors, as their dads also lost their jobs in the mills and in the forest. Some of my friends lost their dads to suicide, and I watched as my own dad struggled with depression and worry. Prior to Hampton, I worked for OSU Extension for 11 years, and Extension service has been a big part of my life since I joined at 9 years old. It's a bit serendipitous that I'm sitting here today advocating for the industry that built me and broke me and built me back up again. But now, as a mother of 2 boys, one of which works in the wood products industry and my youngest interested in careers in forestry, I ask that the Board of Forestry please take into consideration the trickle-down effects of this particular HCP in rural communities. We can do better. There are amazing examples of how all can come together at one table and collaborate to reach goals, and I respectfully ask that the board consider shifting gears to consider the same approach. Our rural communities are still trying to recover from the pandemic, all while staring down the barrel of a recession. Please don't add additional stress to our communities, economies, livelihoods, and to our kids. We can do better, and we owe it to them to try. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Next up, Bonnie Mickelson. Bonnie, are you with us?
I am, thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Yes, Bonnie Mickelson, President of the Springfield Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to offer our community perspective in response to the Habitat Conservation Plan. This is supplement to testimony we also submitted in May 31st to the committee. Springfield Chamber serves Springfield, Eugene, and surrounding rural communities in Lane County. Our 730 members would be impacted by this plan. We build thriving communities by creating jobs and investing in people and in the place we call home. The Lane County has fewer state forests than other areas. Timber harvest constraints anywhere impact the timber and wood product economy everywhere. Companies in our community will be impacted by forest land harvests elsewhere and vice versa. It's taken our community decades to diversify from a mostly timber-based economy. Still, local mills provide approximately 1,000 jobs in Springfield alone. Economic diversification is healthy, and we know what it takes to work in partnership and in good faith with our community and public agencies to make that happen. We've done so. We know that a thriving rural economy is equally important to our economic strength as that of metro regions like ours. Main Street businesses, urban or rural, small locally owned and operated businesses do not thrive, let alone survive in their own economic silo. They benefit from community investments made possible by industry and thrive in large part due to earnings from good paying jobs like those provided by forest sector, and also from transportation, distribution, and supply chain enterprises supporting those other industry sectors. The ability for our communities to, for example, build affordable housing, invest in art and culture, parks, and to pay for education, health and welfare, critical infrastructure, and public safety, these go away when our private enterprises close their doors or move out of state. So do opportunities, our sense of community pride, and eventually hope. When we are prevented from responsibly managing a treasured natural resource with care and attention reflective of deeply rooted values, we say goodbye to our state's greatest opportunities to locally source for a critical traded sector economic base, leverage carbon neutral product development, new construction, investment in new renewable energy sources at manufacturing sites, to demonstrate innovation, sustainability, and competitive advantage, and to find solutions in unique partnership between government and industry, addressing pressing issues of common interest. Oregon is a rich tapestry of rural and urban economies, interwoven and made better by their symbiotic interdependence. Where business goes, so goes our community. And for Oregon and Oregonians, where our forest industry goes, so goes our state economy and our communities. Please consider these ramifications that on one sector might have on every family and every community. And thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Testimony providers, we appreciate your participation and you're welcome to stay in the meeting for the remainder of item 1. However, we do ask that you remain muted and disengage your video unless called upon by the board. Chair Kelly and members of the board, this concludes our public testimony portion.
Great, thank you, Hillary. Given that we were able to fit in Commissioner Yamamoto, we're not too far behind schedule. So I'm wondering if there are any board member comments based on the testimony we've just heard. Not hearing any. We will close out item 1 and move on to item number 2, which is the Committee for Family Forestlands Annual Report. And I understand that Mike Kroon will be with us and presenting. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Steve Forrester, Mokomoto, and members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is Mike Kroon. I'm the interim deputy chief of the All Lands Unit of the Forest Resources Division. Joining me today in person and virtually are the members of the Committee for Family Forestland Committee, and the current to my left here is the current chair, Wendy Gerlash, Kate McMichaels, landowner at large. On the screen, you'll see Maurizio Valero, Eastern Oregon landowner representative, and Amanda Sullivan Astor, Forest Policy Manager, Associated Oregon Loggers ex officio member. And also Ben Doimling has been joining us in our meetings over the past year, so I wanted to recognize that. Or thank you for coming to our meetings. In a moment, excuse me. In a moment, they will talk about their properties, some of the key topics that the committee has been working on over the past year. And as you know, the Committee for Family Forestlands is one of your standing advisory committees. The committee was established by the Oregon Board of Forestry to assist the state forester and members and the board on issues relevant to approximately 70,000 forest landowners in Oregon. The focus of the committee is on the formulation of policy and the impact that those policies will have on family forest lands. The committee typically meets with the department September through June and engages staff from other agencies as well. Over the past year, the committee has put a lot of effort into topics identified in the report, and I will now turn the presentation over to Wendy Gerlach.
Thanks so much. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, and all of the members of the Board of Forestry. Also, thanks for all the department members who are here. I'm Wendy Gerlach. I'm chair of the Committee for Family Forestlands. I've been serving for about a year. It's nice to be here in person. I've been following this committee and been present by Zoom for about 2.5 years. So nice to be in the room with all of you. Thank you so much for your service to Oregon and to our forests. Our agenda for today is that I'll walk through our report, just providing some highlights. And then Kate will talk for a bit about her experience, especially managing her family forest land in the time of fire and recovery. And then Amanda, and she will talk a little bit about some combined workforce issues. And then Maurizio, another member of the committee, will join us. So as Mike was explaining, this is a standing committee, the Committee for Family Forest Lands, established by statute. And its role is to advise the state forester and the board on issues relevant to family forests. I always like going back to the charter as a reminder of exactly what it is we are supposed to be doing, and some highlights of what its purpose are, as stated in the charter, are working to advise on the maintenance of a viable family forest land base in Oregon, maintenance and enhancement of the positive contributions that family forest land owners make to our vitality as a state, including timber availability and the protection and enhancement of watersheds and fish and wildlife habitat. And I think perhaps most relevant to what we're going to be running through in this highlights of a report
And what we hope to do in service to you is to provide guidance for implementing Department of Forestry program strategies and activities to improve services to family forest land owners. Those are really key to us to help you on the big picture, and also just make sure that in that big picture, there's remains a focus and an awareness of the importance of small forest land owners. So going forward, we hope you'll consider us a resource. We are a committee of voting members, 7 voting members, and then ex officio members, including Amanda with Association of Oregon Loggers. I will go through our, well, first I wanted to thank everyone. I think I've sort of done that, but in particular, Ben, for coming to our meetings and acting as a liaison, which I think is very helpful in terms of meshing us with your work plan and thinking about ways we can be proactive. And then also Jim Kelly and State Forester and Makamoto were nice enough to come in December and sort of do an introductory meeting about the role of our committee, and again, think forward about how our work plan overlaps with yours. And then, of course, the ODF staff and various agencies, including federal agencies, brief us and keep us informed. So it's been a busy year. It's been a busy year for us keeping up with all of you because a lot's been going on. We have looked through your work plan and tried to think of a way that we can best be supportive. We thought about looking at your work plan and proactively sort of trying to stage time at your meetings. Now your meetings are full, so I would just say then going through these priorities, we hope that you will think about us a little bit ahead of time as things come up on your work plan. Think, oh, this affects family forest land owners, and we should check in with the committee. And then after, as you start developing specific programs, come to us for input. A note, just a technical note about our function is to add that in 2020, the State Stewardship Coordinating Committee was reorganized. That is a committee that relates to the Federal Forest Legacy Program, which you're probably familiar with. The Forest Legacy, I'm going to read a little from its charter too. It's a conservation program supporting protection of privately owned forest lands through conservation easements and land purchases. And also there's providing assistance to owners of non-industrial private forest land. So that committee or working group now sits under us. It hasn't reported since that 2020 change. So we're thinking that going forward that the Committee for Family Forest Lands would be a conduit for them reporting up to the board. Our priority issues, I'll go through these pretty quickly. It's really summarized in the report. We'll hear some specific from them, but fire, obviously fire is an overarching issue, but big financial issue is discussed earlier in this meeting. One in which small family forest landowners are challenged to find the resources for both mitigation and reforestation, as you'll hear, especially from Kate. I wanted just to highlight too that members of our committee, partly we just function as a group that remains informed and we're able to get involved. So members of the committee in their private capacities served on the Senate Bill 762 Small Forest Land Grant Program. That is the $5 million of funding that goes towards mitigation practices on small land ownerships. I believe that's up for funding again in the future. Seedling availability is something you will have heard from us about for several years, I think. That has been an ongoing effort with achievements largely coordinated through Glenn Ahrens of OSU, who was one of our ex officio members, and particularly Mark Vroman of Hampton Family Timber, who has also been very involved in that. Some of the issues they're trying to deal with there are making sure that small landowners can compete in the general market for seedlings in a time when large numbers are needed, not just for normal reforestation, but also fire recovery. On technical assistance and ongoing comment in our meetings is that we would love to have more stewardship foresters out in the land, developing relationships in the community and helping family forest land owners access the resources of the department, especially incentive programs and so forth, and also working with people on management plans. This is something that just comes up again and again, and hopefully will be addressed in a centralized way through the Private Forest Accord Small Forest Land Owner Program. The wildland urban interface issues are very relevant to this group because a lot of small ownerships are located in that interface. That overlaps with fire. We saw the fire in that. I would just note that there's still some questions that I think the State Forester mentioned, and also Jim Kelly, about making sure that people are informed about the impact of that mapping. There's some, people are curious how that's going to land on their particular ownerships. The private forest accord that was established under Senate Bill 1501 and 1502 is an upcoming focus for us. We hope that in setting up the small forest land owner office, assistance office under that we could be involved. I think we're, as I said, making an effort to remain informed, and the department is briefing us. So we would love to be part of the creation of that office, which would hopefully be a centralized place where our community could get information not only about the funding through the accord and the incentives and mitigation practices, but also Senate Bill 762. Having that all in one place would be useful to us. Workforce issues, I won't mention that because we're going to be hearing about just the need for development of diversified skill workforce and just facing a labor shortage. Maurizio will be talking a bit about Eastern Oregon specific needs. He's going to provide some just interesting case study about mitigation of fuels reduction. But just to note that we can frequently are talking about the fact that Eastern forests really do have specifically different needs to be kept in mind. And then finally, climate change, an overarching, it's present on your work plan. It is a concern of ours that needs to be integrated into all of our work going forward. You're working on some high-level mission work, the 20-year plan, the forestry plan for Oregon. So that will be something that we are happy to comment on and how that impacts the small family forest lands going forward. Our work plan, we will partly do that just ourselves. Again, we hope that our work plan will involve hearing from you about ways we can be useful going forward. Thanks so much for your time. We will save some time for questions at the end, but I think right now I'll just turn it over to Kate McMichaels, who's a landowner at large and a family forest landowner.
Good morning. Thank you, Wendy. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukumoto, and members of the Board of Forestry, and of course, beloved ODF staff. My name is Kate McMichael. As Wendy said, I'm the Committee for Family Forest Lands landowner at large. Last year, within minutes of having been approved as a member of this committee, I shared with you a bit of my experience as a very small, very new forest owner whose property burned in one of the 2020 Labor Day fires. I have throughout this last year felt very keenly that my at-large designation has been specifically focused on speaking from that trio of perspectives. This morning, as my portion of our committee report, I'm going to speak about three things, really. A brief personal recap and update as a snapshot of the fire recovery experience from boots on the ground. The ongoing need for technical assistance and coordinated outreach to woodland owners, especially small ones, and workforce issues, a topic that will be expanded upon by Amanda and Maurizio. So I'm going to begin with a few visuals, which hopefully will work. Not sure how. Okay.
Is it on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody came and turned it on. Perfect. That would be awesome. So if we could do that first slide. There you go. So here again are my wife and I shortly after closing on our retirement dream property in 2019, and then 18 months later when we were finally allowed back upriver after the holiday farm fire. Next slide, please. We were among the fortunate who were able to get a salvage harvest of a portion of our property, too young, but necessary for replanting to be feasible, and then a partial replant, but then the heat dome toasted our babies. Next slide. We've worked hard to embrace our fire survivor reality. That picture greets me every time I open my laptop or when we see ourselves on Zoom. And we rejoiced that some of the seedlings we planted, emphasis on we here, managed to survive into the new year. Next slide. We did a second replant, those are very large invoices, of our whole property this time. And we rejoiced at the return of wild iris and lupin this spring. Next slide. Although we were a little less excited by the equally exuberant return of our pioneer and invasive species friends. Next slide. Which after our blessedly wet spring has left us, no matter how hard we try to keep up with vegetation management, with a landscape that feels frighteningly primed to burn again. Next slide. And we find ourselves on every walk through our property swinging wildly from hope to despair when we see seedlings that look great and not so great. Next slide. Or like they went through a heat dome rather than a wet spring. And watching year one survivors, hardwoods especially, looking like year two post-fire casualties. Thank you. That's the end of the slides. This is clearly just one experience, one watershed, one small property. We're less than 40 acres. But I think our overall experience is not uncommon. It took us a year until the year anniversary of our fire to actually have time to begin to grieve. And since we live on our woodland, every day we look out and we see what's gone, see what could still burn. And for folks still trying to rebuild, our neighbors among them, they haven't even managed to get as far as we have. All this to say, be patient with us. We're exhausted and still not fully functional. Life-altering events wreak havoc on management plans and on life. Processing the enormity of such loss takes energy we don't always have. So we're not blowing you off when we're not ready for the seedlings we asked for right after the fire. So many other things have intruded. Grief, building delays, permit struggles, grief. And even as we're not ready, we need your help now more than ever. The maze of assistance programs from seedlings to EFRP, EQIP, FSA, and NRCS, it's dizzying, it's time consuming, it's pretty baffling and paperwork heavy for people without an infrastructure. And it's even harder to manage when just getting up every day is still a bit of a struggle. We need patience and maybe even a little hand-holding. Okay, maybe a lot of hand-holding. Sure, we're proud and independent, but we need help, even when we don't know how to ask for it or even what it is we need help doing. So here's a plea for more support for stewardship foresters and more stewardship foresters. And maybe for finding a way to use that small forest owner office that's part of the private forest accord, as Wendy noted, as more than just a locus for PFA information. Amazingly, there are actually woodland owners out there who don't know the PFA exists or that it impacts them. I know ODF didn't get to create this office or the PFA, but maybe its mandated creation is an opportunity to think bigger, outside the legislated box. Maybe this office could be more than just regulatory. Maybe it could be a place for information beyond just PFA regulations on roads and culverts and stream buffers. Maybe it could be a place where confused forest owners can find not only rules, but resources, and maybe even that hand to hold while they navigate them. And maybe this is where CFF and the Oregon Small Woodlands Association, both statewide and regionally, and other landowning organizations and resource agencies can help. We know the Stewies already have too much on their plates. So let us help them. Let us help you. Include us in dreaming what this office can be, and then let us demand of us that we show up and help you make it something that can remind us that we are all in this caring for Oregon's forests and their future together. And now to workforce. I feel kind of funny talking about this because we've been so fortunate. We have a neighbor who is a consulting forester. Loggers actually returned our calls and didn't no-show appointments. We love our stewardship forester, and we know he's totally there for us. We have a network with Extension and OSWA and others, but we know our experience isn't the norm for every small woodland owner. An example, our neighbor needed his burned trees salvaged as much as we did. But even though having a history in the forest sector meant folks returned his calls and showed up on his property, no one wanted to take his salvage job. So we brought it up to our logger, we brought it up to our consulting forester neighbor, and we managed to add his salvage job to ours. But since it was more complicated than our job, the logging price went up. That didn't stop us. We love our neighbor. He's been good to us. He lost his future just like we did. We'd never been through a harvest, so none of the numbers really felt real anyway. but it might have stopped someone else who wasn't willing to take that extra financial hit to include a neighbor's property to make sure they got work done. Because we exist on pretty slim margins, we small woodland owners. That check I wrote to replant 25 acres was sort of a shock. Our jobs aren't as attractive as other bigger, easier jobs, and we get that for smaller operators, their margins are pretty slim too. So to talk about this with more data at her back than just feeling, I'll pass the mic to Amanda Sullivan Astor.
Good morning, everybody. Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor, Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers and an ex officio member for the Committee for Family Forestland. And so just a brief, some context, as an ex officio member, I'm a non-voting member on the committee, but I do try to provide relevant resources, information, and try to help collaborate on solutions with the committee to try to bring to bear some of the things that they would like to see happen. So that's sort of my role here today, is to help provide some additional information on some of the topics that they bring forward in these committees, in these meetings that we have. So first, I'm going to talk about some of the challenges. Much of this is probably not going to be new to you guys, but we felt that it was important to kind of provide that context. So as you all know, and everybody in the world knows, or at least in America knows, costs are going up. So for small operators who want to be as helpful as possible, it's a challenge, and it's really challenging to try to provide numbers to small woodland owners that don't make them faint while also trying to cover our costs. And it's also really tough to renegotiate when those costs go up. And so some of the things that we're dealing with are, retention and recruitment of employees. I recently heard from our field staff that we've got some members that are starting positions at $26 an hour and up. That's pretty high in this industry, but that's what we're having to do. A lot of people are investing in new technologies that don't require as many people, like tethered logging and drones. Not all of that type of equipment can be used on small woodlands properties. Oftentimes these are more technical jobs, they're smaller jobs, they have to be done with a lot of finesse, and they're not often clear cuts. In a salvage operation, that's probably the case, but for most of these jobs, a lot of them do tend to be thinning operations that take a lot of care and time. Other costs, as you all know, diesel is a huge cost right now. It's significant in the industry, as well as equipment. This, like I said, this new equipment, loan costs, things like that are really challenging, as well as maintenance. For instance, tires. Tires are very, very expensive and will not go down in cost ever. So these are all things that we're dealing with. And one report that I heard recently was that over the last 2 years, costs have gone up about 20%, but that doesn't always mean that those margins have gone up that much for these operators. So that's just kind of general, some of the challenges that we face in the contracting workforce. I wanted to also touch on reforestation, since Kate had mentioned that it continues to be an issue. AWOL member companies have struggled with reforestation, and a lot of our members that do this type of work really rely on the H-2B visa program, which is a federal program, of which it may seem like there's not a whole lot that the board could work on in that space, but there is collaboration, and we've heard already today about some of that collaboration with kind of our federal delegation that could be occurring. And so we even have had, AOL member companies that have tried to develop relationships with Puerto Rico, which has typically not been an area that we have gone to for H-2B visa workers, but people are trying to get creative. We have a member, Highlander Forest LLC, who applied for 100 H-2B visa workers. He applies for about 100 H-2B visa workers every year and never receives this full amount. Some cycles he doesn't receive any forestry workers from the H-2B visa program. Every year he also runs ads locally and works with unemployment offices to try and fill those positions, but has yet to receive any willing and able domestic workers to do the jobs that he offers. At the end of 2021, we had another member who had to turn down 5 contracts due to limited workforce capacity, all of which would have helped recover scorched landscapes after the 2020 Labor Day fires and horrible wildfire season in California, because these companies don't just work in Oregon, they work all throughout the West typically. Now, there are opportunities. There are opportunities to find solutions to some of these challenges. So I'm going to cover some of those things, of which you guys have heard about some of them and have even engaged in some of them. So one thing that we're really excited about on the committee, and Associated Oregon Loggers is very excited about, is the inclusion of the Workforce Development Committee coordinator position in the Policy Option Package 104. That's something that the committee has supported. When it was first brought up as a concept, even to the committee, I kind of ran it through them first. And they were super supportive. And then, we kind of worked with ODF from there, and there continues to be a lot of support from the small woodland community on having somebody within the department really focused on this workforce challenge, because it really is an existential crisis right now, trying to deal with forest health in the state on all land ownerships. Another concept that it has been brought forward, and again, first to the committee, and now I'll share it more publicly here. There's some support for a legislative concept, which is not written yet, but is a concept right now, to get some really important stuff done through forestry workforce development. One of the pieces of that is a new forestry workforce council or task force housed within ODF that could then be supported administratively by the new coordinator, the workforce development coordinator, if that's able to get through the governor's office for the governor's recommended budget. And that group would be formed as a sounding board and a collaborative for developing workforce solutions for forest contracting, as well as other workforce challenges in the sector, which would include, firefighting and reforestation and the like. The second piece of that concept would be some general funds appropriated to do a more robust study on employment in the state for contracting. The study would focus on researching current contractor capacity, regional gaps, and possible opportunities, so that new committee, council, task force, whatever it's going to be called, can really come from a data-driven perspective, not just we think this is the case, or it seems like this is what's needed. So that's another going to be another piece of that. And we could also look at demographics, current pay averages, and things like that as well in a really robust way. The last piece of the concept, it would be looking at some additional funding for the Future Natural Resource Leaders Career Technical Education High School Program. Again, connecting that down to folks that are in high school, maybe college bound, maybe not college bound, but again, trying to develop additional resources for recruitment, especially out of that age group. And one cool thing, I think I mentioned this at the last Committee for Family Forestlands meeting, but AOL, as well as Society of American Foresters and some others, are working on some industry recognized credentials through those CTE programs as well. So really trying to make them more robust. So there could be some funding associated with that. So at its core, however, is the need to maintain the current infrastructure. And, I just want to leave you guys with this. We really need to celebrate this profession, embrace new opportunities, encourage their development and widespread use. I think there's a role for the board to play in that, because, as I said earlier, this really is an existential crisis for, not only small forest land owners, but also ODF to accomplish its goals, forest management goals on its lands as well. And providing new opportunities to connect those workers with small forest land owners, as well as you heard from Kate, that being an issue for many family forest land owners out in the woods trying to just get things done. So now I'm going to pass it over to Kate again. You will hear a little bit more about some outreach and education opportunities from Mauricio, but Kate.
And I promise this is just the transition. So workforce has been on our agenda this entire year. And as long as there's work to be done on small woodlands, I think it's going to remain on that short list of top priorities. So whatever we can do, whatever you can do to support workforce development, whether it's supporting efforts like Amanda was just outlining, or encouraging youngsters to consider the forest sector as a career, and Mauricio is going to touch on some of that too, will benefit all of us and the forests that we love and depend on, both for their beauty and their utility. And so now over to Mauricio. I see him at the top of the screen, joining us virtually from Eastern Oregon to talk about his experience engaging with the types of opportunities we want to expand upon with education and outreach. So Mauricio.
Thank you, Kate, Amanda. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forest of Makumoto, Board of Forestry, and our staff from ODF. My name is Mauricio Valerio. I'm the Eastern Oregon Family Forest Landowner Representative from CFF. I'm also Vice President of our local OSWA chapter of Northeast Oregon, which covers Baker, Union, Wallowa, and Grant counties. My family was honored to receive the Union County Outstanding Tree Farmers Years Award in 2020, and we were runner-upper for the state award the same year. I am a certified master woodland manager, and I'm actively involved in managing our 500-acre forest, where we have been hosting several youth groups, large and small, to share our stewardship practices and commitment to future generations of land stewards. And today I would like to share a nice story. I was touched by many of the testimonies, and I know how hard we all collectively work. But this is a nice story of workforce development, education, and outreach, and how some of these practices really build our rural communities. It happened this year in a very remote rural community in Pine Valley in Baker County. The small town of Halfway with 250 residents is at the center of that. It started with a Firewise community grant that was awarded. The funding comes from a Senate Bill 762. And at the center of the story, there is a Pine Valley community, great local volunteers, and the ICC, the Idaho Conservation Corps, 14 kids of youth, youth of ages between 16 and 24, coming from all over United States of America, with many different working experiences, and some of them had none. They worked in Pine Valley for 3 weeks. The youth corps usually are not very easy to find when it comes to work on private pieces of properties, and it took quite a bit of effort and involvement to bring them there. The project started in early June with 31 landowners involved, but once we went through the plan and the community really looked at the fine details, only 18 landowners actually ended up qualifying for that. Most of those criteria were for saving structures and eliminated a good portion of landowners. This is a story of collaboration that starts with a great local ODF stewardship forester, Jenna Peterson, who applied for this grant, and a great Firewise community leader, Debbie Lawrence, who also founded the Firewise community and is the president of our Northeast Oregon OSWA chapter. The work that the youth corps and the residents conducted, they were mostly involved removing small tree and brushes and many of the prickly hawthorns bushes. They also have a kind of a significant values because those were planted by the ranchers as fencing materials. They grow very thick and very thorny. And instead of barbed wire, historically those were planted, but they have grown and outgrown to a very dense vegetation and very dangerous vegetation throughout the valley. During the work, small trees were removed, combustible brushes were pulled away from structures and chipped. We saw properties being transformed from being overgrown to be cleaned and free all the way up to the entrance, to the houses and to the barns. We saw driveways now being opened with a 12-foot height clearance, so emergency vehicles could actually access that property altogether. Pine Valley community was in charge. It was responsible for the youth safety, securing dry place to sleep, showers, and etc. But they learned shortly that the youth that was working there only had $9 a day of allowances for food. So they pitched in as a community in fixing snacks and cooking meals and trying to mitigate that portion. Each day, I mean, there's some logistics, right? Each day they had to move the chippers. Porta potty became a problem, and the ICC member, the core member, the youth, slept in multiple locations on the wrestling mats in the high school, the Grange, the fairground, the exhibit halls, campgrounds, and also in the bowling alley where there is also a commercial kitchen, and it became kind of the hub and the place where they could cook many dinners. The only complaint that we heard from community at the end was, can they stay longer and help us a little bit more? There's so much to do. I think that this example of this Firewise grant and the involvement of the youth and the community brought the community closer to each other. And it's an example of how forestry and many of our forestry practices actually involves the community, help us building stronger communities altogether. And hopefully help us encouraging youth in considering this kind of work, outdoor work, as a potential commitment for them and a career. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to share the story. I know we're running with short of time. I am actually hosting today, it's another youth engagement story, 3 interns from Baker High School. They are going to be helping us for a week, and I have help with 7 or 8 different projects this year. That's part of the Baker Resource Coalition internship, paid internship programs. And I hope this is another story of ongoing effort on our side, small with landowners, to bring new generations in the forest with some inspiration, some mentorship, and hopefully some of them will be the next great professionals of our immense patrimony of natural resources. Thank you all, and I'll send it back to Wendy.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. Well said. So much to do. I think we all agree on that. I'd like to open it up for questions from the board. And Mauricio, if you can hang on for a few minutes, that'd be great. If you have to go out to your visitors on your property, I understand that too.
I'll be here.
Okay.
I just have to say, what a great presentation from all of you. Really, really wonderful and inspiring. And it's great to hear about Halfway. My wife used to live in Halfway, so I can visualize all of that very easily. You brought up at one point, you know, one of what things can you do for us? And I think about the fact that you can be eyes and ears out there as we go through this transformation with everybody getting their notices with the WUI. And having talked to legislators, I understand already that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And, obviously all your help in terms of trying to control that misinformation, but also feedback to us as ODF will have to make whatever changes and adaptations as we go forward. We need to kind of know what's going on the ground. One of the rumors I heard is that that the WUI classification was driving insurance increases, and of course, insurance increases have been happening big time to a lot of rural property owners, myself included. Ours has doubled in 4 years since 2018. But of course, it's easy for a lot of folks to start to maybe end up blaming ODF and blaming WUI, and that's going to be a big challenge for us. And I'm going to seek out other questions for you guys. Look, Liz, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just have a comment for Kate and a question for Maurizio. And a comment for you, Kate, is just, I applaud your resilience, you and your wife's resilience in just keeping on one foot in front of the other. I think for a small landowner, my background is large organizations and it's always tough, but for a small landowner to get up every morning and see all the work that gets done and still do it, I just applaud you and your family. And then Maurizio, is there, on these kids that came across from me, not across the US, what do you think was an unexpected benefit that they took away? We know that there was a goal that we had, but in connecting with them, what was something that was unexpected that they took away back to their homes of that experience?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I think the word community came back. I mean, they came into a foreign land. For some of them was the first job ever. They never slept in a tent. Some of them had good experiences, but some of them really had none. And but they saw the community rallying, throwing potlucks, helping them, hosting them, and working with them. Many times this youth corps work on big projects and they never connect with the communities, trails or other things. In this particular case, they were working side by side with them, and they kept on making these comments that they like to bring their parents back there because that was really special to them.
Thank you. It's wonderful to hear.
Carla.
I too want to thank Kate. I think small and large and medium landowners the last few years have been challenging. That heat dome last year was just devastating. And so I too applaud your resilience. One of my question, Wendy, is and I don't expect an answer today, but I would like to know this, is as your members deal with the private forest accord, I'd like to know what percentage fall above that 10%. Ben and I were at a meeting recently, and I know there's some outliers to that, but I'd like to understand that in terms of numbers.
I didn't understand your question quite. Did you say who falls above the 10%?
Yeah, so we were at a meeting recently, and I think one gentleman said he was at 36% of his land would be impacted.
Right.
And I think I have that right. I think it was 36%. And I just, I've heard that in enough meetings, and that would be very regressionary to a small woodsland owner. So I want to understand with your members, what percentage of them might fall above that 10%?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be interesting to answer just sort of in an anecdotal way for the members of our committee. Also, I think that I have to say that we depend a lot on the department for briefings about core information like that, how it, the demographic as a whole, how it is affected. So that will be partly a number we will hope to get as we are informed by the department. And one thought I've had is that in developing the small family or small forest landowner assistant office, our committee receives a lot of briefings, and that information will of course be very useful to the community at large. So as structurally as we move forward, I can imagine there'll be a little bit of changes to our committee. For instance, we want to be more proactive and not just be briefed all the time. We really want to be providing input to you as well. But part of developing that office could be making accessible to more people the kinds of briefings we get. So information like what you were saying, what are the numbers just for that demographic as a whole? What is the percentage of actual harvest impact?
Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. I just want to say thank you for the presentation and the work that you were doing. It's very, very important. And being a small woodland owner myself and having worked with stewardship foresters all my life, want to echo the value that ODF offers to the small forest land owner community. And I just wanted to sort of thank you, Kate, for bringing this up and to highlight your point about the small forest land owner office. And it is intended to be a regulatory office, But I would like to sort of highlight and second your idea of how can we broaden that to be a larger resource for small woodland owners, because there's a need, very much so. And however we can leverage the capacity that ODF has to provide multiple benefits, I just wanted to highlight and second that. That's very important. So thank you.
Yeah, I've thought about that sort of response to sort of a question. Like the things for small family forest landowners, like in terms of like management requirements under the Accord as it is developed, including the availability of an alternative management program. Like, you know, people may not even know that, and that the various, what it means to have an incidental take permit, you know, under the Accord, if the benefits of that. Also the variety of incentive programs, both under Senate Bill 762 and then under the Accord as it is written. Those things aren't intuitive, so that needs to get out to the community.
Well, and it strikes me too that most stewardship foresters would rather get to meet small landowners before there's a regulatory issue. And ultimately, it could save more wear and tear and more cost and more time to have more information available upfront, rather than having to put so much energy into the regulatory side. It also just makes, I think, every day less filled with angst and upset, which makes all of us happier and healthier.
Joe.
Yeah, Joe Justice for the record. Kate, you know, the pictures, I'm a reforestation forester. So I'll claim to be mostly. I do other things in my day job now, but your pictures of seedlings and stuff. But this is more of a comment. I can appreciate the challenge of reforestation. This is more of a comment to the department. You know, I've been hearing for some time, even when I was on the Regional Forest Practice Advisory Committee, that the expertise of reforesting after fires in Eastern Oregon is very difficult. And that's something that I hope the department can really, there's things that can be done. I mean, there's some real challenges related to seed availability, seedling availability, contractor availability, et cetera, but you can have success in Eastern Oregon in these kind of sites but you have to do things very, very well. And there has to be a lot of expertise that does exist. And the department's going to have to hopefully we can see the department help landowners with this kind of expertise, you know, or Oregon State Extension can help with these sorts of things too. But that is something that hopefully, because there's really a need, and there's been a need for quite some time with that kind of expertise, especially in these drier, harsher sites for reforestation. One of the things I just want to make a comment too, you know, I manage for Manulife in Northeast Oregon, and you know, we do a lot of reforestation, and we're pretty darn good at it, and we help our neighbors, frankly. When the Elbow Creek fire burned, we made sure our neighbors had loggers, we made sure our neighbors had seedlings, we made sure our neighbors had planting contractors, because that's what neighbors do. And that's what a robust, you know, industry does, and helps out our neighbors. And so, and that's another challenge that a lot of areas in Eastern Oregon really face. Central Oregon, Southern Oregon, we've lost that industry. You know, we saw it on the board tour here a few months ago and stuff, but that reforestation expertise, it exists, and hopefully we can help provide more of that expertise to have more success in Eastern Oregon for reforestation. Just a comment for the department. Thanks.
I also just want to compliment you all. I think you were both your written presentation and the presentation today were very clear about what your priorities are. You know, I heard loud and clear around seedling availability, more stewardship foresters, and workforce issues, and all. And so I really appreciate that clarity that you gave to us in your work there. Any other questions? Chandra.
Thank you. For the record, Chandra Ferrari. Thank you so much for the presentations. I thought they were super helpful. And I just wanted to lend my support also for considering the small landowner office in a broader way when we're thinking about it. And I think that intention was included in the PFA a little bit when they have as one of their goals that we're trying to minimize the conversion of small forest lands. And they mentioned the tools and the incentives and, you know, the reasons that we see that conversion happen. And so from my perspective, I'm a very tiny small forest landowner right now, but I'd like to hear from you all as to what incentives work? You know, where are you seeing behavior changes because of those programs, or you know, the technical resources, the things that are assisting you in what you need to get done on your land? And I'm curious how some of that input will be able to funnel up to us, because I think we're in a very dynamic period of implementing a lot of new programs. And you know, having this presentation here has been very helpful. I think having been as our liaison is very helpful, but maybe some feedback in written form as well, where we could kind of get regular updates on what is working out there would be nice. Or I'm just curious how it's historically happened that you provide feedback to us or input.
So for our committee, historically providing input, we of course always have done an annual report. Occasionally there's been, you know, visitations from the board and so forth. And also we've prepared white papers occasionally, like 2-pager white papers. So something short on policy changes that are upcoming. And in terms of your question about avoiding, you know, fragmentation and conversion, to me, it seems like one of the main things is like having a facility of putting together forest management plans and permitting and having these resources for various programs of assistance available and clear. I know that sometimes landowners go through third parties. I'm involved with the land trust community. Sometimes they help with those things. But really, as Kate was saying, is more knowledgeable on this point, having it be a maze to navigate really does encourage people to say, this isn't working for me, and possibly be a land that will be converted. Do you have thoughts you want to add? You don't have to.
Actually, mostly that, yeah, some of it is a maze, and it's like when you don't have a staff to send off to do it, it's like it becomes a matter of, do I go out and work today and try to beat back thistle? And, you know, which if we could come up with a market for bull thistle, that would be actually really awesome. So if you could put your minds to that, that would be great. But it's like, do you go out and work, or do you try and figure out how to gather all of the data and then do the papers and, oh, your FSA person retired, who's the replacement or whatever. So I think some of that becomes so complicated. I mean, right now, the greatest incentive we've had have been fellow landowners really pushing us to get tree farm certified and finish our management plan and supporting us through that process so that we can be sustainable tree farmers, which seems funny with trees this big, but so it's that neighborhood thing you were talking about, what neighbors do. But I think it's a good point to kind of be thinking about, you know, we're trying to gather so many different people's experiences, but each of us is just one person. So I think if we can come up with better ways, and maybe that's another thing for that PFA office, if there are these points of contact, you know, and, you know, that's a major centralized thing, but if it spreads out a little bit, and I really do think use us that say you need to do this. I mean, that seems so unfair to go, oh, ODF staff take on 50 more things. It's like, well, use us to help be some of that connecting link. I think that's if we need some of this stuff, we need to step up and help in that process as well.
Yeah, I know that data shows that small landowners tend to manage for a variety of benefits, including, you know, holding as an investment, revenue from timber harvest, benefits in terms of recreation, watershed, and things like that. So to the extent that programs can provide an interim financial revenue stream, those kinds of programs, like say in the Accord, there's like the funding for the mitigation programs, which could involve like conservation easements or other, you know, or sequestration, some kinds of ongoing revenue streams that can help push back against the constant financial incentive to convert out of the industry entirely.
Well, thank you so much for that. I really like this idea of a, you know, one-stop shop of, you know, here is your toolbox, right? And here are your technical resources, and here are the potential funding resources, and being able to figure out the best ways to funnel that information out to you all in a way that's, how do I say, like easy to navigate and implement, because I definitely know folks that have significant experience navigating some of the regulatory frameworks and grant programs struggle with it too, and they do it every day. So I can imagine that's a pretty significant hurdle. So I really appreciate your perspectives. Interested in the conversation going forward with the department too. Thank you.
Before I
Okay.
jump off, I think we're basically done. Could I just take a second to call out our other committee members who aren't here? So that's Barrett Brown, who I think a lot of you in the community know, and he unfortunately is stepping down from the committee. He's been a wonderful committee member. Gary Jensen, who is our Southern Oregon Family Forest Land owner. Kayla Swanson, who is a conservation community representative, and Mark Roman, the industry representative. And also Rick Zen for OSWA is the person who's our ex officio member. Glenn Arons, who I mentioned from OSU College of Forestry, and Julie Woodward from OFRE. So I want to extend thanks to them, and of course to Mike for supporting our committee from the department.
All right, very good. If you do find a market for the both thistle, I hope it also includes a market for Scotch thistle at the same time. That'd be helpful. Okay, I think this is a decision item, so that means that we would accept comments from the public. Hillary, do we have anyone signed up to comment on this item?
Chair Kelly and board members, we do not have anyone signed up for item 2.
I couldn't hear that.
We do not have anyone
do
signed
not.
up for item 2.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, we are looking for a motion to accept the Committee Family Forest Lands Annual Report. Would anyone like to present a motion
And Ben Doimling moves to accept.
and second that?
Second.
Okay, Carla Chambers seconds it. We have a motion and to accept the Committee Family Forest Lands Annual Report. And I will do a roll call. Liz, Paul?
I gladly say aye.
All right, Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
and myself, Jim Kelly, and I as well. So with that, the consensus of the motion carries to accept the Committee for Family Forest Lands Annual Report. Okay, we are actually about 15 minutes behind, but given that we've fit in Commissioner Yamamoto's presentation, we're not doing too bad. So I think at this point we are ready for a break, and let's get back at 11 o'clock. It'll give us about 15 minutes. Kind of hate to get started again. You're all having such a good time being able to talk to each other in person, and a lot of big smiles in the room, and I appreciate seeing that. All right, Chandra, well, as you get seated, we are ready to go. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is also a decision item, and that is the certified burn manager rulemaking. And we are going to have Mike Shaw presenting. Mike, go ahead.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw. I currently serve as the Chief of Fire Protection for the agency. I'm joined here today by Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning, Tim Holschbach, to seek your approval to move forward in the process of the creation of a certified burn manager program. And as you mentioned, this will be a decision item today. As you know, one of the many sections within Senate Bill 762 seeks to advance the use of prescribed fire as a forest management tool for Oregonians. And we are here today to walk through the requirements within Senate Bill 762, the Rules Advisory Committee process, the draft rule package, and an agency recommendation for you folks to consider. With that, Tim, take it away.
Thank you, Chief Shaw. Good morning. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Holschbach, and I serve as Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Protection Division with ODF. And there we got the slideshow. We'll be discussing the Certified Burn Manager Administrative Rules package today that was we've been working on for the last several months here. As Chief Shaw mentioned, we'll be covering the what was required with Senate Bill 762. We presented that to the going to give an overview at the board last July. With that, we'll just give some highlights to what we're working on regarding prescribed fire. I'll talk a little bit about the Rules Advisory Committee process, and then walk through the rules, the administrative rules that are being proposed with a section by section summary, and then close with the department's recommendation and next steps. So the prescribed fire was embodied in sections 25 and 26 of Senate Bill 762. You'll see there's two sections of tents in the slides on here. What we're talking about today is the requirement for the Board of Forestry to establish by rule a certified burn manager program, and that's the action item on the docket for this presentation. Also embodied in there is a requirement to consult with the Oregon Prescribed Fire Council. The department met that requirement back in last July, and also invited the Prescribed Fire Council to serve as a member of the Rules Advisory Committee. It required a progress report to the Legislative Assembly. That was on the consent agenda item for the board in November and was submitted, and that action was completed, as well as required clarification around joint permitting of cross-boundary prescribed fire projects. And that was also on the board's agenda and was completed in April. So this is the final action item for those for sections 25 and 26 regarding prescribed fire. For this rule development, the department sought advice and compiled a Rules Advisory Committee to assist us with this process. For practitioners of prescribed fire, those with science backgrounds, as well as sorted landowner groups that utilize this as a forest management tool. You can see we've from that group of Associated Oregon Loggers, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Oregon Forest and Industries Council, Nature Conservancy, Oregon State University, Sustainable Northwest, the Prescribed Fire Council, which is itself is composed of many of these entities as well. The Oregon Small Woodlands Association, Department of Environmental Quality. We share responsibility under the smoke management plan with DEQ. So they're a valued partner in this to maintain alignment and promotion of prescribed fire activities, as well as board member McComb joined us for those meetings, and we appreciate her time throughout the process of participating. We also appreciate the time of the other Rules Advisory Committee members. We met monthly from August through March for the process, and spent considerable time walking through that rules package. So appreciate the investment and commitment to that development of the rules. As we get into the section by section summary here, all of our administrative rules have a purpose for them. And that purpose is the connection point between the statutory authority for the rules as well as what we're trying to accomplish. So this in particular was the purpose was to set forth the standards, requirements, and procedures by which the certified burn manager program will be operated. And there were specific portions of the activities identified by statute of what was allowed to be performed under this type of certification. Removal of fire hazard, preparing seed beds, removing obstructions, promoting establishment of new crops, implementing pest prevention and suppression activities, and also promoting improvements to forest health. Of those, there's some broad buckets. It's in a ORS 526-360 is in a unique section of statutes for the department where it's the cusp of the department's direction or the direction to the department to provide technical assistance to landowners, both for development of grazing and development of forest land. So this is right in that section of intent. So with any rules package, there's a slew of definitions that go along with it. For this one in particular, identifying areas where there's terms that aren't identified in the statute that are necessary for implementation of the rule package. Definitions as one pertaining to accreditation and training providers. Those have been newly added to, recommended to be added to the department's rule book, along with training terms and certification, and as well as the Certified Burn Manager Advisory Board, as well, a new board for advising the program development. And we'll get into that later in the presentation here. The Rules Advisory Committee felt that it was important for this one in particular, for this package in particular, to have clear intent of what we were trying to accomplish with the Certified Burn Manager program, and intended to provide oversight of training and certification regarding safe and effective use of prescribed fire and promoting the use of prescribed burning for the purposes outlined in statute. Along with that as well, participation in the program is voluntary. It was important to have that intent as well with this. It's not a requirement or a precursor to be authorized to conduct a prescribed burn. The certification is a voluntary action that someone may take who chooses to do so. As well, nothing is in the rules is intended to reduce the ability of our district forester, either of any forest protection district, from exercising their responsibility to make sure that burning is conducted in a safe manner. So it was having that clear intent is important for this section between those as well. A forester may not require that someone's a certified burn manager to as a condition of approval of a burn plan as well. So it doesn't inhibit the practices of prescribed fire that are currently ongoing within the state. There were several sections that we're required to address in the development of the rules and under the statute, and the rules are broken down into various sections. Certificates in general are issued only to individuals for a period of 5 years, and they're renewable for their certifications. They're non-transferable, and they're only authorized individuals can document any type of training requirements or requirements towards that certification, as well as how to apply. To apply, they need to have a completed to apply for a certification, they have to have a completed certification book. They have to complete a test, as well as any fees that are required for the program itself. As we get into the training, which is quite a longer section of the rules, there was quite a bit of discussion regarding what training is necessary for someone to be able to successfully implement prescribed fires in a safe manner, as well as not prohibit folks from pursuing a certification. So there's a line in trying to have a line between making sure folks can get to the certification, but not making it administratively burdensome or unachievable for individuals who wish to pursue it. For this section, we brought in some speakers to the Rules Advisory Committee. We invited the program managers from Arkansas, Florida, Washington, and California to speak with the group and talk through the different certification and training requirements for their programs, different standards they have set up, and how some kind of successes and some of their challenges that they have with their implementation. That fed greatly into this training section. So as we move to what training will be required, broke it down into two sections. There's classroom training, kind of the portion essentially to get the basics, terminology, how to put together a burn plan, those portions that prepare an individual before they go out for their field training exercises. So that's stage two. The classroom training, it has to be completed through a completion of an approved course from a training provider. We'll get into what training providers are as well, or an approved correspondence course. These would be curriculum courses or correspondence courses approved by the department that meet the requirements and prepare an individual for a test to pass before they get their can pursue that field portion of the training. The field portion of the training is consistent with how wildland fire training is done. We have task books issued for wildfire qualifications. In this, to differentiate slightly, we changed the term to a certification book. It's similar. It's a book of activities where folks are evaluated on a field practicum as they develop their experience. They conduct a pile burn. It's documented by the person who's authorized to have an entry into that burn, and they document their experience in there before they're issued their certification. And there's different classes with it. There's a general proficiencies. There is a pile burning proficiencies, which is one of the major types of prescribed fire on the west side of the state. And then there's broadcast burning proficiencies as well. An individual who's interested in just pile burning completes the first two. Someone interested in the broadcast burning would complete all three of those sections for that. So there's two courses of the field practicum depending on the level of certification that an individual desires to pursue. Along with that as well, as I noted, the state of Oregon, there's a lot of prescribed fire activities that happen in this state currently, and wanted to acknowledge the professional expertise and experience of those folks who do conduct prescribed fires in a safe manner. So there is historical recognition considerations. That education experience that's earned prior to January 1st of 2023 can be directly applied to application for this. And there's three aspects for that. There's anyone who has a prescribed fire burn boss qualification currently under NWCG can apply for certification. Anyone who has a comparable state program certification, as more states develop these programs, we can review for reciprocity with other states, as well as evidence of professional experience for that to waive the training requirements of both the classroom and the field. The testing would still be required for that to just verify, and then the certification be issued after that. Speaking of tests, that's pretty consistent with any professional certification. So you must obtain a passing score before receiving a certification book. So that's the crux between the classroom portion, and it's to verify that the knowledge has been learned before moving on to that field practicum portion of the certification. And so it can also be administered by either ODF or a training provider. There is grounds for investigations and revocation of certificates afterwards. Reason being for this is to verify that no false information was submitted. Violations of the law could be grounds for a revocation potentially. If a certified burn manager terminated responsibility for a burn and left without transferring it to the landowner, or meeting the requirements of the prescribed burn plan, or just as an investigation, if an investigation is warranted and a dangerous or adverse situation was created through a certified burn manager's activities. And those terms are defined in the rule package as well. As well as there is an appeals process for this with any due process. So that's identified in the rules as well of appeals to the certified burn manager advisory committee. One of their main charges is to review any revocation that may occur to make sure it was on solid grounds. So certified burn manager, what are they required to do? They're required to prepare or review the burn plan as one of their requirements. They're required to confirm that a landowner has notified adjacent landowners of that a prescribed burn will going on. And it's not the day before, it's not the week before, it's within 90 days prior to it happening. So there is an extended time to work with their neighbors, taking into account prescribed burns happen the next day at times, depending on weather conditions and development. So we want to make sure that a landowner who is ultimately responsible for the notifications has an opportunity to notify their neighbors, and then the certified burn manager just verifies that that action has been completed. Certified burn manager must be on site during the ignition and the initial mop-up stages. So when there's the most fire activity, the most critical portions of a prescribed burn, they must be on site. After those initial stages of mop-up are complete and it's tailing off towards the end of the burn, they must be available to return if needed until the responsibility is terminated in the end. Must notify ODF before a burn is initiated. This is consistent with smoke management clearances currently. So this is not an additional burden. And after the burn meets the plan parameters and the responsibility is terminated, also notifying ODF that the burn has been completed. And then also shall not permit dangerous activities, must cooperate with investigations. What folks are not allowed to do with this certification is that they can only conduct burns that align with the statute. So there's that list that was displayed earlier. The burn must be in alignment with those permitted activities in the list. It's also limited to within forest protection districts and must occur on classified forest land. Those are the three primary criteria. May not terminate responsibility unless it's transferred to the landowner or to the certified burn manager is replaced, and as well as notifying the ODF district, and may only use the title if holding a valid certification. So you can't say you're a certified burn manager if you don't have a certification. It may not falsify records. So that's a portion of ensuring that records are verified. Those two aspects are also in pulling from some of our what we have as templates for trainings for wildfire qualifications. Falsification of records is in there as well, and this is consistent with that. Limitations on activities, again, must be identified in the burn plan, must be a burn that a certified burn manager is certified to conduct. As mentioned, it's either pile burning or broadcast burning. Those are the two certifications. So if you only have a pile burning certificate, you're not allowed to do broadcast burning under utilizing your certification for that. You're allowed to conduct it, but not as a certified burn manager. And again, must be conducted on forest land. Landowners do have requirements for utilizing certified burn managers as well. And I want to note that the landowner may be a certified burn manager. In that case, they would have the responsibilities under rule of both the landowner responsibilities as well as the certified burn manager responsibilities in that, and would have to complete both. So primary responsibility of a landowner is to notify your adjacent landowners that you're conducting a prescribed burn and you're utilizing a CBM to do that. Provide a copy to them of the burn plan if it's requested. And also landowners may not terminate the responsibility of a certified burn manager who has the command of a prescribed fire unless either the transfer conditions within the burn plan have been met. It's been another certified burn manager is there to replace them, or the landowner has assumed responsibility, and that'll be documented on a prepared form for those instances, as well as notifying the local office of who is now in control of that or who is responsible for that burn. To assist the department in the oversight and development of the program, the rules do establish a certified burn manager advisory committee. This committee consists of a 7-member committee, and they're charged with advising the department on the administration of the program itself, as well as reviewing those, serving as a review board for any proposed certificate revocations if those actions are warranted. The committee itself will consist broadly of those folks that are involved with the planning and conduction of prescribed fire and land management activities. They're charged with meeting at least twice a year, and there will be an application process for membership for this committee. Priority given first to folks who may hold a certified burn manager certification, and then following with those with prescribed burn experience, and each appointment would have a 3-year term with it. Also, to help provide insight to prescribed fire activities, we're including 3 federal ex officio members with the Bureau of Land Management, the United States Forest Service, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Those 3 in particular are the primary federal entities that do prescribed fire within the state. So to maintain consistency, connection, and awareness with our federal partners. So as we get into training providers, with instituting any new certification program and training, and we were having discussions on how to conduct that, how to provide trainings to the public who may have an interest into learning more about prescribed fire itself. And Oregon is uniquely situated in that we have training providers that currently provide certified wildfire qualification trainings all around the state. And we have a network associated with that. What it allows us to do is have a group of entities that teach adults and are skilled with developing curriculum, have opportunities where they may be able to develop curriculum in languages besides English, and as well to help serve those populations. So we want to utilize training providers and not create a bottleneck in the process of ODF being required to provide all the trainings. So with that, there will be a development of an accreditation program by the State Forest Service representative to review training providers to conduct and document trainings through agreements. We currently have the agreements templates that we utilize for the wildfire qualifications. So we have a very similar model to utilize for this. The requirements are that a training provider must have a minimum of 2 years of teaching adults or familiarity with the subject matter, which in this case is prescribed fire. Curricula must be pre-approved by the State Forest Service representative before a training provider can teach. And the reason for that is we want to, since there's a test involved, we want to make sure that anyone who goes through a curricula that's provided, make sure that meets the needs to pass the test. We want folks to be successful in that. If they spend the time doing the classroom training, that they're set up for success to move progressively through the next stages. Training providers must retain records of trainings and tests that are conducted. And they also follow a very similar review and kind of a QA process as a certified burn manager would, with review of revocation parameters if they violate agreements, falsify records, those types of activities. There's a long discussion on making sure that fees for the program do not inhibit or create an administrative burden. And where we looked at across several other states that do have this type of program set up, as well as looking at even the Department of Agriculture's pesticide applicator program, it was determined that $50 would be the appropriate fee for the initial certification. And it's primarily for the cost of the printing, the testing, and the certificate cards and the postage and that kind of stuff. So the administration of providing and receiving the certificate. The rules do allow for training providers that may charge reasonable fees for their trainings that they do provide and document as well. So there's options there. And that's one of the main precursors as well to making sure that the curriculum they teach meets the requirements to have applicants be successful in passing the test, that folks are getting getting their money's worth out of the trainings that are provided if the training providers are establishing fees for providing that training. So that was the last section of the rules. The staff recommendation for this particular board topic, as I was mentioned, it is a decision topic, is that the board directs the department to proceed with the public hearing process and then return with the final rule language for Chapter 629, and these rules are in Division 42 of our administrative rule chapter. So that's the staff recommendation in front of the board today. In lieu of that, in the interim, next potential steps is as we move through the process, we'd be looking at doing public hearings in August and then returning to the board with November And as we move through that, the final submittal to the Secretary of State, we would be looking at a spring program launch. That allows adequate time after the rules are effective, that the department can establish the advisory committee, provide a review of the curriculum approved by that committee, have the training providers brought online, as well as all the documentation developed for us to make sure the program is successful on its launch. That's what the timeline moving forward. With that, any questions?
Okay, thank you. Like I gotta sign up for a course before I torch things at the ranch again. I do want, on behalf of the board, just acknowledge again the huge amount of work by the Rules Advisory Committee, obviously our member Brenda McComb and all of the others. This is representative of a ton of work, and I think we all very much appreciate that. Board members, are there questions at this point? Ben, I'll start with you, and then Carla.
Thank you for that great presentation. And I just want to take a moment and call out and say, Tim, great job on OPB recently. Way to represent the department and set the record straight, and make sure the appropriate information is out there. So good job and thank you. I have two questions related to this, and I think you mostly answered them, but it has to do with sort of, I guess question number one is, do we have enough trainers, or will we have enough trainers? And I know you have a setup for third parties to train, and sort of the second half of that question is, if we are relying more heavily on third-party trainers and they can provide reasonable fees, what might a reasonable fee look like? And do we back ourselves into a corner where it becomes not so accessible for people? So it's just wanting to make sure that we have an opportunity to train everybody who wants to be trained.
Excellent question. Thank you for that. The reasonable fee is the one I cannot answer at this time. I'll take that one off the table. The intent was to not have that bottleneck and make sure that folks can provide trainings. The department did receive one position with this package as a prescribed fire coordinator. So that individual has been working diligently in putting together templates for this agreement, researching the curriculum, the important portions for research. We've also put out an initial call of interest for potential training providers to see who would be interested in pursuing this. And we've had a range of not only the folks who generally provide wildfire qualification reviews, but also our community college system has been interested, or Oregon State University, as well as several trade groups as well. So there should be a broad interest. What we plan to do is, after we compile that, put together a document of available training providers, and also establish what their primary focus was. If they cultural resource training was one that was brought up, for example. So if their training meets the curriculum requirements but has a specific focus, we want to be able to ensure that information, as well as if there's any fees required, and provide a kind of a menu of options for some folks who are interested. ODF will also provide trainings as we have the capacity to do so. So to help appease that, and as being a government body, we can find the venues and have those folks come in for those trainings at no fee.
Wonderful. That's good to hear. And quick follow-up on that is, what do you anticipate the rollout to look like? I mean, I think the schedule said spring of 23. If all goes well, the program starts. Do you have any guesses on how many certified burn managers we might have by summer or fall of next year?
We have had trying to project that has been challenging. And there's nuances with the historical recognition. Those are the folks that'll be the first ones through. Anyone who has a prescribed burn boss qualification, they can move through the application process and be certified fairly quickly through that. So as far as those will be the first group, and then the next wave will be the historical recognition test, getting the test schedules and that. And then the third wave is the folks who are green. to the prescribed burn, want to learn more, want to walk through the program and be trained. So we anticipate it to kind of come in those waves. The first few, the people being certified will already be pre-certified with that group. But as far as final numbers or projected numbers, that I can't answer at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Two-part question, Tim. First, as we think about New Mexico, and you've just been through this, massive writing of this, what's the greatest lesson learned, from the New Mexico experience? And then the second part of my question, I was at the Lynn County 4-H auction Saturday buying some 4-H animals, and a private timber owner came up to me and told me a story about how he and an Oregon Department of Forestry staff member were first responders to a BLM fire. And BLM didn't show up for 2 days, and the private landowner ended up putting the fire out. And just the thought of first responder protection was really on that landowner's mind, because private assets were really at risk, I guess. And it was a small fire, but in 2 days, it could have been a big one. And is there any discussion going on at all as we're doing, more prescribed burning, which we need to do, in terms of first responder protection, where maybe the agency in charge isn't there in a timely manner?
Thank you for those questions. Start with the New Mexico example. That one was right in the middle of us putting the final touches on the rule package. And I think the biggest lesson learned there is diligence in and monitoring with that. I know our Forest Service partners are conducting reviews of that, and looking forward to what their findings are for that process. But it's just a reminder that prescribed fires do have potential to escape. The Department of Consumer Business Services was charged with doing a study out of the 2021 session on escape prescribed burns that they've just completed as well, with the insurance around that of risk and liability. So that was because trying to find insurance to conduct prescribed burns is another challenge, and the landscape is with holdovers and those type of things. Those are a reality in the environment we live in. The second question about the first responder, there are provisions for volunteers who go out and do that. They are held harmless in putting out wildfires currently. That is in statute for that. So,
and that's widespread throughout Oregon. That's true. We have first responder protection.
Yes.
Can you give me that statute later? And I want to get back to that landowner.
Board Member Chambers, for the record, Mike Shaw, maybe wanted a couple more comments on your first question regarding New Mexico. And I'm going to speak from my 22-year career here in ODF, and maybe a little bit of a transition over that time frame in prescribed fire and the interest in prescribed fire on private lands, and maybe provide a little context. So we all know that prescribed fire has an element of risk and liability embedded within that activity. And we see that played out in other venues with other entities that conduct prescribed fire more broadly. And maybe 20 some years ago, a couple decades ago, private landowners were maybe not quite as interested in the values of prescribed fire on their land for a couple of reasons. One, they didn't understand the values of it. Back then, it was all about fire suppression. And I think that we as a society have progressed to the point where we understand the ecological value of fire on the landscape for a variety of reasons. And there seems to be an increased interest on the private landowner side, which puts ODF in a little bit of an interesting role, where now through legislation, we're developing this program. At the end of the day, as far as the risk and how it plays out, I think the onus is going to be both on the prescribed or on the certified burn manager that gets qualified through a variety of mechanisms, and also on the department, who is still going to be the regulatory agency that has to approve a burn plan. And so the agency is going to be, to some degree, on the hook to verify that the weather parameters, that the location, that the timing, and that all of those other factors with the resources available to keep that fire within its planned perimeter and the objectives of the burn are being conducted appropriately. That's still going to be on ODF, just like it has been for decades. And so as an agency, we haven't done that a lot. There's a lot of pile burning, prescribed fire on the pile burning side, but on the prescribed fire side, this is going to be a new arena that we haven't spent a lot of time. And so our prescribed fire coordinator is going to be an incredible asset who came from the Prescribed Fire Council and is truly an expert in prescribed fire. And we're going to have to rely on that as an agency as we move forward. And so it's going to bear watching, and it's going to be super important for us to be attentive and diligent in our planning processes to verify that we don't end up on the wrong side of the news story, right?
So my question, when this topic came up on certification, I couldn't help but think back now, maybe a couple decades ago, where that followed some pretty horrific incidents, that in our good intention, we did certification for several positions in fire, but we overdid it. And then we came out with a situation where to meet those certification, it would take someone half their career to get there. So, and we were all, trying to do that with good intentions. So what I heard is that you are reaching out across the country from Florida and elsewhere, to feel that, to be informed and to have context. I heard that you want to be safe and effective. And I would say we want to be, thinking about certification, we want to be safe and sensible too. So we don't overburden some of the certification. So that's just my comment there. And that it be timely and usable. And then my second question is, as we ramp up prescribed burning across the state, which we certainly are, do we have a way to, when we, start executing this, several years down the line, to relook at it to see if we need to check the course or change the course, and look at any bottlenecks in that? And how could we pivot if we need to pivot, either to ramp up or to slow down or to change? Do we have that in the certification? And do you want that in the certification is my question on that.
Thank you for that question. I believe we do have that with the establishment of the advisory board to help guide us with real world practitioners to help guide and provide advice to the department on implementation of this program in particular. With this as well, this falls into our rules review schedule after adopted. So making sure that reviewing to make sure the rules have met the intent and are effective, and if not, performing our rules review process as we do customary with our other administrative rules. But primarily that advisory board, that advisory committee will be instrumental in making sure that the process maintains currency, finding out if there's specific topics that need to be integrated into the curriculum, as well as making sure we have a real world view of practicality.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Brendan McComb for the record, comment and a question. First of all, the comment, Tim did an amazing job balancing a huge number of comments during the RAC, after the RAC. It was a very lively conversation, and he captured the nuggets and put them together into what you see here today. So thank you, Tim, for all your work on that. Question is, whose responsibility is it to ensure that smoke intrusions meet DEQ guidelines? Is that ODF's or is that the burn manager?
Thank you for those comments, Brenda, and thank you for that question. So the smoke management plan that we can do with DEQ is still a requirement. It's for the conducting the burn. So it'd be the burn manager under the direction and approval of the Department of Forestry. So our forecasters will still provide the forecasts and determine where and when burns can occur. And then our local district, when the burn manager calls in that they're initiating the burn, that's where the approval process happens to make sure we don't cause smoke intrusion or reach that intrusion threshold.
Okay, since this is a decision item, we have ability here for public comment, and my understanding is that we have one person signed up, Kyle Williams. Kyle, you know how this works, so go for it.
Morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Makamoto. At great risk of being unscripted, I wanted to provide a few comments on the Certified Burn Manager program. First, and this is completely piling on, wanted to express deep gratitude to Tim and the staff from ODF. He did an exceptional job of managing this work group. And you guys are probably all aware right now, it's kind of work group, rack season, snow globe, overwhelming. There's a ton of us that are involved in those. This one stands out clearly. It was a very productive process. We had the right people in the room, all the right questions got asked, the right things were considered. And it was really cool to watch and encouraging, frankly. And a ton of that credit should go to Tim, even though that'll probably bite me later. And then the other thing that I wanted to express was that, and Mike mentioned it, this used to be a realm of discomfort for OFIC and our membership. For a long time, the risk outweighed the reward of going down this path. Now, to some extent, we were pushed off the cliff in this conversation, but frankly, the good work of the work group of balancing access to this certification with the need to make sure that that license really means something, that it means the person knows what they're doing, was so critical. And I think we got there through this good work. And so that's really important. It's something I wanted to mention. The next one, and that intent slide was excellent, right? The importance of voluntary. This is a tool that isn't going to fit everybody, but will be really valuable for some folks. And so the good news is, Chair Kelly, you won't have to get one if you want to burn piles on the ranch. But if you do, if it makes you feel more comfortable, if you are a contractor that could provide a service to a landowner that would feel more comfortable if they knew you knew what you were doing, this is a pathway. And to that end, and I'll wrap up here, it's another element in expanding our use of what we call good smoke. Right. That's things that we desperately need as we move forward right now. And Commissioner Agpo, the need to monitor this as we move forward. Right. I'm confident we did great work here. I'm not sure we nailed it 100% because that's just life naturally, but a commitment to constantly reviewing it. Tim's right. I think the advisory committee will be helpful with that. And really monitoring. Are we making progress? Is this the right tool? Is it a good fit? And are we heading a direction that maybe we didn't intend to, and a willingness to commit to coming back to the table and changing that? And Tim mentioned there are some opportunities for that, but just putting a bug in your ear, ask that question, a couple of years from now. How are we doing? Is there things that aren't going well? So with that, thank you for the opportunity to provide a couple of comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Appreciate that, Kyle. Okay, the department has recommended a proposed motion that would be board direct the department to proceed with the public hearings process and return in November 2022 with the draft rule language for Chapter 629, Division 42. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll make that motion. Brenda McComb for the record. I move that the department proceed with the public hearing process and return in November 2022 with draft language for Chapter 629, Division 42.
Okay, Liz.
Liz seconds.
All right, we have a motion. And it's been seconded to direct the department to proceed with the public hearings process and return in November 2022 with the draft rule language for Chapter 629, Division 42. So we will now vote. And if everyone's ready. Liz Akpoa,
Aye.
Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye, and Jim, I would expect you to sign up for this just before you start burning things on the ranch.
We'd all feel better.
Thank you. I'm also in favor of this. And with that, we have consensus and the motion carries. So at this point, we are just slightly over our kind of 15 minutes running behind this morning. So we're doing well. And we're going to adjourn this and meet for executive session, I believe in the Clatsop room immediately. We'll get through that and then we'll have our lunch and then be back in here. So with that, this is where our meeting is adjourned. Okay, welcome back to the July 20th Board of Forestry meeting that is now in session. A reminder for members of the public that if they would like to submit written testimony for the information items presented at this meeting, to send in your comments by August 3rd so they can be included with the meeting record. Before we begin the afternoon portion of the meeting, I wanted to acknowledge that item number 5, the agency budget development, is lined out on the agenda due to some production delays, and I've been informed that this item will be coming to the board in the very near future. Perhaps we get to go home a little bit early. So let's turn our attention to welcoming Commissioner Amy Schlusser from the Environmental Quality Commission and our agency partners from the Department of Environmental Quality. Thank you for joining us for item 6. I will get the ball rolling. I'll turn it over to Mr. Barnard and Ms. Weigel.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Josh Bernard. I'm the Division Chief of the Forest Resources Division. And the purpose of this agenda item today is to provide you an update on the ODF and DEQ Memorandum of Understanding and the collaborative work that we've been working on between the two departments. And so next slide. So today, today's discussion will cover the following topics. We'll provide a brief background on the ODF and DEQ Memorandum of Understanding. We'll briefly explain the state's water quality protection framework and how ODF is a designated management agency. We will share with you ODF and DEQ implementation efforts to date since the MOU was signed in December of 2021. We'll discuss ODF's responsibility of creating total maximum daily load plans, and then share with you the required TMDL plan matrix and key dates for plan development. Joining me today in the room are Adam Coble and Rebecca McCown from ODF, and Jennifer Weigel from DEQ is joining us virtually and will be available for questions at the end of the presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to Adam for the first part of the presentation.
Thanks, Josh. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Adam Coble, Forest Health and Monitoring Manager of the Forest Resources Division. I'll start out briefly going over the regulatory framework of water quality protection. Go to next slide. The Oregon Administrative Rules requires DEQ to identify persons, including designated management agencies, that are responsible for implementing management strategies and sector or source-specific implementation plans. ODF is the designated management agency for water quality protection from non-point source discharges or pollutants resulting from forest operations on non-federal forest lands within the state. Designated management agencies are entities with the legal authority to ensure that water quality targets that are set in the TMDL are met for those areas under their jurisdiction. Next slide, please. This slide shows other designated management agencies or DMAs. So they can fall into either point or non-point source or both for a given pollutant. Some examples include temperature, dissolved oxygen, and mercury. And so TMDL may use a surrogate measure as a way to express allocations. Shade, for example, is used as a surrogate measure for temperature. And so the surrogate measures do allow some crosswalk between the pollutants, reducing pollutant loads, and on the ground forest management. The non-point source DMAs are required to develop implementation plans, whereas point sources must obtain discharge permits. And Rebecca will be discussing more about ongoing implementation plans, such as for the Mercury TMDL in the Willamette Basin. So I'll now hand it over to Rebecca. I just want to do a quick introduction since she's relatively new to ODF. She started in February of 2022 as our riparian and aquatic specialist. Before that, she was working with the North Santa Ana Watershed Council. So her primary role is to coordinate with DEQ on TMDL work and working on implementation plans and engaging in the development of TMDLs. So I'll hand it over to Rebecca.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Rebecca McCown, the Riparian and Aquatic Specialist in the Monitoring Unit for the Forest Resource Division. Next slide. Over the last 2 years, staff from the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Department of Environmental Quality have been working together to integrate the more than 2 decades of changes that have occurred in the forest industry, water quality management, and with regulations, and into an updated, coordinated interagency approach. After considering input from the Board of Forestry and Environmental Quality Commission and the public, the newly appointed State Forester and DEQ's director signed the updated Memorandum of Understanding in December of 2021. The signed MOU revisions included clarification of the authorities based on the Department of Justice memo that was jointly updated in March 2021 by DEQ and ODF contact attorneys. Inclusion of a flow chart reflecting interaction opportunities to help guide collaborative work. It states each agency's commitments and roles under the MOU, and specifically to the commitment to accountability and transparency through regular reporting on our collective progress to both the Board of Forestry and to the Environmental Quality Commission. Next slide. Before I begin, it is important for me to define TMDL. TMDL stands for Total Maximum Daily Load, which is a calculation that identifies the amount of pollutant that a river or other water body can receive and still meet specific standards developed by the state to protect water quality. DEQ develops plans for an area not meeting a given water quality standard. DEQ then assigns designated management agencies for those areas the task of developing a TMDL implementation plan to show what efforts they will take to reduce the given pollutant of concern. Now I will continue with the slide. Since January of this year, managers and staff from ODF and DEQ have been meeting regularly to share agency water quality efforts. ODF has been providing regular updates on the passage of the Private Forest Accord legislation and on current ODF rulemaking efforts. DEQ provided regular updates to ODF on the schedule and status of TMDLs in development across the state. ODF hired a new position in February of 2022 to assist with the ODF and DEQ TMDL coordination and MOU implementation, which is the position I have now. DEQ created 2 new positions that will support collaboration on achieving water quality goals on forest lands and engaging in the adaptive management program. DEQ and ODF staff met quarterly on the development of ODF TMDL implementation plan for mercury in the Willamette Basin, and I will talk more about that shortly. DEQ kept apprised on re-engagement with EPA, NOAA, and the Department of Land Conservation and Development on the process for approval of the Coastal Non-Point Source Plan. Most recently, DEQ requested coordination planning on the integration of climate change consideration in TMDL evaluations, starting with the example of the analysis in EPA's Columbia River temperature TMDL. So the DEQ participation in ODF efforts. With the passage of the Forest Accord, DEQ staff began advising on rulemaking to amend the Forest Practices Act, specifically with the development of the Adaptive Management Program rules. DEQ will also have a seat at the new Adaptive Management Program Committee, which will set the research agenda for the independent research and science team. Next slide. DEQ shared multiple opportunities for ODF's participation, and these include non-point source plan update and annual report preparation and public comment prior to submittal to EPA, draft integrated report and TMDL priorities, public comment and submittal, aquatic life beneficial use map update process, water quality rule revision, and this was an information only presentation we participated in, reconvening of the local stakeholder advisory committee for bacteria and dissolved oxygen for TMDLs for the upper Yaquina River watershed. ODF, in addition, ODF will have representation on the Upper Yaquina River Watershed Resource Advisory Committee. Next slide. As stated earlier, ODF and DEQ staff are meeting quarterly to discuss the development in ODF TMDL implementation plan. This will be the first ODF TMDL implementation plan that has been produced, and it will be for mercury in the Willamette Basin. Moving forward, DEQ may have designated management agencies take a statewide approach versus the sub-basin approach, which we are doing with the Willamette and the mercury. There's potential for efficiencies in addressing temperature and other parameters or pollutants across the TMDL areas through a straight statewide plan. Again, DEQ initiates which plans need to be developed and by when. Next slide. This slide lists the components of what a TMDL implementation plan will include. It will provide background on the given pollutant of concern. Why has it been determined harmful? It will describe the geographic scope of the plan. The plan will list out potential sources for a given pollution or parameter, pollutant or parameter being addressed, whether it be dissolved oxygen, total suspended solids, temperature. The plan will list management strategies the agency will take to address the sources. For ODF, it will be the implementing of the Forest Practices Act rules related to water quality. The plan sets goals for implementing the strategies. The plan will include information on the agency's compliance and effectiveness monitoring strategies. And the plan will also have a public engagement strategy. We will document and report out on both the internal and external trainings on outreach efforts. We will document training events, conferences, articles, public notices, anything related to stakeholder engagement and outreaching to the public regarding actions that will help reduce the potential of a given pollutant from impacting waters of the state on non-federal forest lands. Next slide. The TMDL implementation plan will include a detailed matrix, which will serve as a backbone. Items on the left here are the matrix headers. We'll identify the pollutant that's being addressed, potential sources. These can include legacy sources from mining activities with potential that may potentially contribute, additional source, and possible outside sources such as atmospheric. Strategy, the ODF strategies will be the programs and processes of the Forest Practices Act. Each strategy will have its own row in the matrix. Actions, these are the best management practices landowners follow to be in compliance with the Forest Practices Act rules that we will now be tracking. Timeline, the beginning and end dates of each strategy or action. The measurable outcomes, this will demonstrate implementation or completion of a strategy or action. With the adoption of the private forest accord programs, we will be able to document effort through FERNs, the Forest Road Inventory Process Reporting, and Small Forest Landowner Office project tracking, and through the compliance monitoring program. Outcomes to report may include number of large landowners that report on a FRIA the Forest Road Inventory Assessment per year, number of stream miles buffered per year, number of riparian acres left untouched, and types of high conservation value areas identified by landowners, and possibly projects implemented. Ideally, we will be able to report out by HUC 8 or HUC 10 watershed level. Also not listed here is funding. ODF will want to document the funding efforts, what resources are available, and what resources are needed for ODF to implement these strategies. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, DEQ determines what implementation plans need to be developed and by when. Per the district court's final order and judgment, DEQ must amend and submit replaced temperature TMDLs to EPA for approval or disapproval. This is a high priority for DEQ given the legal order. What this slide is showing is the upcoming plans for temperature TMDLs for various areas across the state that DEQ is updating. And in the black dates, those are the dates they need to have them in. And approximately 18 months after DEQ's TMDL plans are approved by EPA, ODF will be required to develop and or incorporate the new temperature TMDLs into an implementation plan for the prioritized geographies. Again, these plans will be specific on how ODF will reduce stream temperatures through the implementation of the Forest Practice Act rules, programs, and processes. Next slide. Moving forward, ODF and DEQ will continue to convene regularly. DEQ will continue to assist ODF staff with the development of the Willamette Mercury TMDL implementation plan. And for the Willamette Mercury plan, ODF will need to submit a draft plan to DEQ by February 2023, with the final plan submitted by August 17th, 2023. Again, moving forward, the two agencies will stay abreast of the science and developing regulatory options for evaluating and addressing the impacts of climate change as they relate to forestry operations. And that's it. Next slide.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. Are there any questions?
Brenda.
There we go. Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. It was great. Quick question. Could you go back, Jason, to that PowerPoint, or someone could pull that up? I was curious about the plans for the temperature TMDLs, and had a question to make sure I understand what's going to happen here. So if there's a TMDL that's covering a watershed in, say, the South Willamette Basin, and in that watershed, there are 5 timber harvests that are likely to occur over the next year or two following the Forest Practices Act, what assurance do we have that following the Forest Practices Act will contribute to the goals for the TMDL across the basin?
Well, I think moving forward, that, you know, one of the that's come out of the private forest accord and the Senate Bill 1501 is the new adaptive management program. And so in terms of any sort of question around aquatic resources and rules that are effective in protecting aquatic resources, that program is evaluating the revised rules, and, you know, in terms of adjustments to rules, they will be providing a recommendation to the board on that. And in terms of rule change, if it falls outside of aquatic resources, then that's different process involved.
Yeah, I guess the aquatic resources is where I was most interested, but so effectively what I'm hearing is you won't know if it's contributing to the goals for the TMDL or not until you've completed monitoring for a certain number of years. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand how the TMDL implementation and the forest management actions are compatible with one another to achieve water quality goals across a watershed.
So the TMDL implementation plans report effort. So we're showing effort where the effectiveness monitoring is done through the adaptive management program with ODF. And ultimately, though, when it comes to water quality, it's DEQ that will do the effectiveness monitoring. But so the TMDL effort is plans are to show number of landowners that submitted completion of operation, you know, whatever we can collect in ferns in terms of, did they have a stream? Did they buffer it? So we can say, okay, they follow the practices rules, they buffered it this much. So again, TMDLs show effort, which we can then report to part of the HCP.
So DEQ will be responsible for understanding if the TMDL is being effective in terms of water quality. And if they find that it's not advancing in the way that they expect, how do they then hold ODF accountable for forest practices?
And Jennifer, I see Jennifer's got her hand raised.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll just introduce myself real briefly. I'm Jennifer Weigel. I'm the Water Quality Administrator at DEQ. And Board Member McComb, thanks for your question. So in the instance, and I'll take a run at answering your question. If I've missed an important aspect of what you're asking, please correct me. But if I understand correctly, the question's really about how do we understand and at what point in time do we reconcile or gain an understanding around water quality needs and forest practices and harvests that may be occurring under the Forest Practices Act. As Rebecca described, when we do a TMDL, and also talked about our TMDL, we'll identify what those targets are, both in terms of in-stream metrics and in the case of temperature, as you know, often include surrogates such as shade. We'll then be working with ODF on the implementation plans for that. I would expect as part of the implementation plans, we'll be having some real good conversations about what's, over the coming year plus as the Forest Practices Act rules are anticipated to be finalized and we start understanding what that bigger picture is looking like. We'll be sure that we have those conversations as ODF is working on the implementation for that. That said, what Rebecca said is also correct, is that we work with the designated management agencies, in this case ODF, on the implementation plan based on the information in the TMDL, based on information the agency has in hand about their expectations and goals, targets, metrics, et cetera, for implementation. And then particularly in the Willamette, we have built in 5-year reviews. And so that's a process that we've started leveraging, just the huge number of entities that are active in terms of implementing various plans and controls around TMDLs to look at what do we know, what's changed, how have people been doing in terms of meeting those implementation plans, and how do we need to adapt so that we are getting the outcomes that we're looking for. So I think from our perspective, this is an ongoing conversation of writing the plans and then understanding how those things are going and then what needs to be adapted or different. So we would expect ongoing conversation with ODF in that.
Thank you. I look forward to the flow chart that shows the decision-making process.
This is Joe, just for record. Jennifer, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I mean, the PFA work that was done that was really science-based, which has dramatically increased buffer width, especially in Western Oregon. What is the feeling of adequacy of the shade that will be created related to those buffers?
Right. Thank you, Board Member Justice. Yes, you're absolutely right. The particularly in Western Oregon, the riparian shade buffers are going to be significant in terms of providing the types of riparian shade cover that's needed. What we would expect from those buffers on the west side is that most of those would be adequate to achieve TMDL shade targets. One area that is less certain is on the non-fish streams. As you know, those buffers are a bit smaller, and then there's a lot of if-thens in terms of how they apply, whether they're perennial and adjacent to SSBT. And I'm not going to try to recite from memory all of those if-thens. And there's also an overlay with debris flow traversal areas, et cetera. So that analysis is definitely more complicated. I think there are going to be some areas where those resultant buffers will not be sufficient, but that, like I said, that's just going to depend on a lot of different factors. And again, that would be an area that we would expect to have more specific conversation with ODF as we look at various TMDLs and their implementation needs and are able to do a more robust overlay of those, how the PFA and those streams relate to the TMDL needs.
Thanks, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sandra.
Thanks. I have a quick question. I'm just curious how you guys coordinate on the non-point source management plan and then the reporting that goes on there and what metrics we're tracking, I guess, in that space.
In the MOU, it specifically calls out engagement in that process and reviewing that non-point source plan. So in terms of the metrics, I don't know, Jennifer, if that's something that you can speak to.
I don't have those at hand right now. It's something I could easily get and share with the group. I do know that we reached out to Department of Forestry as well as other relevant sister agencies that have relevant pieces that go into our 5-year plan to both get their feedback and to capture that in the report. But I'd be happy to pass that along.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from board members? Okay, well, thank you very much for this presentation. We appreciate it. All right. Okay, next up is item 7, and we'll welcome Mike Shaw back, Fire Protection Division Chief, for the Wildlife Prevention Program overview.
All right. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw. I currently serve as the Chief of Fire Protection for the agency. I'm joined today by Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning, Tim Holzbach, like this morning. Thanks, Tim. And Public Affairs Director, Joy Krosick, to provide you an informational update on the prevention program review. This was put into the board's work plan and is intended to be a process of continuous improvement for the Protection Division. We all know that the cost of fire preparedness and the cost of fire suppression are outpacing other inflationary factors, and that these continue to challenge the cash flow of the agency. It's critically important that we keep as many fires off the landscape as possible. And to do so, we need to critically evaluate our existing prevention program. I believe Tim and Joy will provide some better statistics, but roughly 70% of fire starts are human caused. And this simple statistic shows the value of a deep dive into the effectiveness of our current prevention program and will give us insights into how we can do even better into the future. So without further ado, Tim and Joy, please take it away.
Thank you, Chief Shaw. For the record, my name is Tim Holzbach. I serve as Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning for the Oregon Protection Division of the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm excited to be able to bring a non-rules topic to the board at this time and to talk about the wildfire prevention program overview here that will be a series of presentations to the board on this topic, as we just want to provide a baseline of information to help initiate that topic currently. So what we'll do is we'll provide an overview here of wildfire prevention laws, set that basis of why we're here, what the intent is behind wildfire prevention, and what the policies of the state of Oregon are in that respects. We'll go through a little bit of the fire cost statistics and some of the programming. We're going to divide those into 3 large buckets to discuss in generalities today, and be able to answer some questions from the board on those different buckets and topics, as well as Joy will be jumping into some of the public information and awareness that the department's undertaking to help provide more fire prevention messaging to Oregonians, as well as next steps of the process. So wildfire prevention laws and responsibilities. As give a lot of presentation to the board. I always like starting about the basis of why we're here for that. And thank you. There we go. So the department follows 477005 as the state of Oregon's policy regarding fire protection. And it's the preservation of the forests and conservation of forest resources through the prevention, more important than suppression, prevention and suppression of forest fires hereby are declared to be the public policy of the state of Oregon. And it's important detail here is prevention is first, and it makes it undeniably challenging to quantify the effects of prevention activities, except for on a trend basis, which over time we can see these trends. However, it's tough to quantify how many fires we prevent, how many fires didn't happen, how many acres didn't burn. And that's a challenge in that. So telling the success stories as we go through, tying it together with mitigation, with public contacts, And it's more of an emotional response is what drives that aspect of it. And you'll see that as the general policy under our administrative rules of where the department is with this. The forester, under the general supervision of the State Board of Forestry, shall take action authorized by law to, again, prevent and extinguish forest, brush, and grass fires. That's the board's connection in the supervision of the state forester for fire prevention. Additionally, how do we implement this on the ground is through our district wardens. So under the instructions from the forester, district wardens shall take proper steps for the prevention and extinguishment of fires within their localities in which they exercise those functions. So those are the folks you see with the badges on the ground that are out at campgrounds, they're out at parks, they're out engaging with the communities. They're the ones who show up when there's a report of fire. They're the ones who issue the citations to folks who are violating the administrative rules and the laws for fire prevention within the state. So those are the folks on the ground with the important job of not only providing that education to Oregonians, but also in the regulatory aspects of enforcing that prevention, those prevention laws. Furthermore, the department's charge under our administrative rules and our general policy is the Oregon Department of Forestry is to gain compliance with the fire prevention requirements of Chapter 477. So the prevention and suppression of fires. First, through education and cooperation. It's an important aspect of this. So we're trying to educate the public and to gain cooperation with Oregonians. And secondly, through enforcement. You'll see that in our administrative rules regarding enforcement that the first item on nearly every violation is a warning in that. So the first citation is a warning. The second one is a fine. We try to work through that process to gain that buy-in from Oregonians that fire prevention is important. So educate forest users on the need for fire preventions and the requirements of Chapter 477, and to cooperate with the users in formulation of solutions to compliance problems within the realm of these requirements. We rely on communities and our partners to help not only support the department in our mission, but help hear from them what they're seeing as maybe potential positive and effective aspects in fire prevention and partnering where we can. And this includes everyone from local government, neighbors, community groups, statewide agency partners, and even the media in many instances. And what this is intended is to have that effect of, call it a transformation of hearts and minds, is where we have these lasting effects. Writing a citation, that people pay citations and at times they're not as effective. However, providing the why, the understanding, convincing people that fire prevention is important, it's something that they should care about, that has a lasting effect, that it turns into conversations with neighbors within those communities themselves. And it's a behavioral change, which helps support and helps the department in our messaging as well. So having that community buy-in is important. So I'm going to jump into some of the numbers of where these challenges do lie in our current fire prevention is we only can track them after fires start and investigations of why they start, acres burned, and those type of things. So it's the analysis is always retroactive. So it's tough to quantify how many fires we prevent from happening. For fire suppression, we call it good catches when we catch the one small and meet our initial attack criteria, but it's like the precursor to a good catch is the ones we don't have to catch. So within the state of Oregon, across all jurisdictions, the last 10 years, we average about 2,200 fires a year, depending on weather, lightning, human caused activity, but that's about the 10-year average. And right now we're at about 720,000 acres annually for that. Primarily our federal partners take a big brunt of that with their ownership. And then as you can see, the ODF protection, we're creeping just below 100,000 acres for our jurisdictions over the last 10 years. As Mike mentioned, there is a split between the fires we can't prevent, lightning ones. Those are the good catches we aim for. And then human caused fires, which are a majority of the fires on the landscape, the ones we respond to and the ones we track. And those are the ones that we have the control over of working through working through the behavioral challenges and creating buy-in for fire prevention and that stake in the communities, and also increasing it as fire prevention is of value to Oregonians. For the sake of discussions today, we're going to largely break our fire cause categories. There's quite a few of them. We're going to break them into 3 big buckets for conversations today, and how they fit into the current programs that the department and our partners work through for fire prevention. So first off, we'll start with industrial operations. The forest industry, we do have special rules regarding that industry and regulations. That's part of the regulatory aspects. However, we work with them, with that user group diligently in making sure that we prevent fires. We all have a vested interest in preventing wildfires and making sure that any regulations that are applied do actually prevent wildfires from occurring. As you can see, over the 10-year average for that is about 50 fires. That's a very small percentage of those fires, that human-caused fires within the state, as well as the acres there. Our industry partners have requirements to have fire tools and have trained staff there to suppress fires, and are there and ready to keep fires small. As I said, the vested interest, the common interest of protecting forest resources is very strong between both ODF and our forest industry. The public at home is intended to capture folks that live within our protection districts. Those are the ones that are regulated through a declaration of fire season. Those are the folks who fall under the regulated use closures and restrictions that we put on different home activities. And I'll get into some of those in a bit. And that category is the folks that we have direct contacts with. Those are the folks that our fire wardens are meeting with in the public. They're the ones that are meeting face to face, having that community ties, living in those areas. And then the third group is the public out and about. And those, I would say, are metro areas. The folks are the recreationalists, the ones outside of our protection district boundaries that don't live during summer under the regulations of the department and under the board for that. And those are the ones that we kind of move in and out of that education requirement, but creating the buy-in for them and the values of preventing fires is important. As you'll note in there, the acres do not add up to the 62,000 acres that were on there. The reason being is, for this in particular, was the 2020 wildfires are still listed as under investigation, and that is about 50,000 acres. That's how large of an impact that 1 year had on the statistics. So that's why they're not included in the slide, in this slide. So those, as those are not under investigation anymore, those will be added to the mix. For the public, for some context as well, public at home, there's the mowing of dry grass in there, 4 fires for 2,600 acres. One of those was Stouts Creek fire in 2015, and that was 26,000 acres by itself. It started by someone mowing grass outside of the restricted use closure. And for the public out and about, the 2019 Milepost 97 fire was 13,000 acres, and that was a campfire. So just for some context about how singular fires can really increase statistics across the board and skew them to an extent, it's important to dive in exactly have good understanding and analysis of, is it an anomaly or is it a trend? And that's what we're looking forward to going through with this process. But just want to mention those in particular, how simple an activity during the right conditions can really have an impact on Oregonians as a whole for those fires. Both of those were multi-week fire incidences that stayed on the landscape and had a lasting effect. The Milepost 97 fire was the largest fire of 2019, and it was just started by a campfire. So with each of these, just want to address at a higher level of how the department interacts with each of these groups and what regulations apply for that, and where we are in our process for this review. So for our industrial partners, they're regulated through the industrial fire precaution level system on the west side of the Cascades. That is a variable levels. It goes 1 through 4. Level 1's instituted when fire season's declared, and for that regulatory fire season declarations. On the east side of the Cascades, we have fire season requirements. That's been worked through the reasons for the 2 systems and 2 different requirements there has been reviewed with a industrial fire precaution level review committee. We work with our landowner and industry partners in again, determining what is an effective fire prevention measure. And this is where this committee has had recommendations on where to have effective administrative rules that do prevent wildfires from occurring. The department did review the administrative rules regarding industrial fire rules back in 2017. Prior to that, it was 1999 was the last review. So that was 18 years in between that review period for that particular section. But since then, the rules and the policy surrounding the application of those rules has been continuously reviewed and analyzed by that committee made up of our forest protection districts, as well as the Department of Forestry and our partners that are out in the woods. So, as we move into the public at home, these are the folks that are regulated through, and I put closures in parentheses for this. It's our fire season declarations, and we have regulated use, and it's called closures, but the regulated use pertaining to regulated activities that are known to cause fires. And the like chainsaw use, off-road vehicles, open fires are in there. The debris burning portions are captured in this category. Cutting metal, mowing grass, fireworks. So during the summer, when a district goes into fire season, these regulated use are instituted in the districts at a period of time when fire danger is increasing. These are enforced through direct public engagement for the education aspects and about meeting with folks in where they're at in the communities through our district fire wardens, forest officers, and wildlands fire supervisors. This was a recommendation actually in the Governor's Wildfire Council report. It was recommendation number 33 in there, which is to further enhance understanding and coordination for fire prevention, education, and regulations. And that one in particular, the clarification of it came around debris burning in particular. And for this on a previous slide, you saw that for this category, debris burning is our -- cause of wildfire, and across the agency, it is the #1 cause of human-caused fire. Working through there's been the creation of a multi-agency work group involving DEQ, county membership, the Office of State Fire Marshal, ODF, and local fire service partners, because we all have different stacks of bureaucracy regarding debris burning and making sure that we get folks the right information. So that the work group is ongoing. We're anticipating looking for pathways forward to increase clarity around debris burning in particular, where to find information, how to create standardized guidance and education for folks, and where and when to not have any more burns when we have heightened fire risk. So whose authority to restrict the burning is in effect. So those conversations are ongoing for that particular topic. Aligning the regulations to risk is a challenge for these. This falls into review for chainsaw use. Now we have electric and battery powered chainsaws. We have battery powered lawnmowers. And the questions come up is, are those regulated by our regulated use closure? And that's a really good question. So with that analysis, as the department reviews this particular section of our enforcement and regulatory policy, we anticipate to be able to bring those back to the board as this work plan topic develops. As well with this is some alignment of where we can have alignment and increase that working with the public and increase the comprehension and understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with this. So you see, I'm sure driving around, you see the peacock signs, the fire risk signs, blue, green, red, orange. Those aligning those with regulated activities has allowed greater understanding of what is allowed and what isn't. When you're in low risk, you can cut grass all day. When you're in moderate risk, you can cut grass till 1 o'clock. And when you're in high risk, till maybe 10 o'clock, and then in extreme, no more cutting your grass for those portions. So aligning those into something that's understandable for the public and for homeowners, and it's consistent from across our districts has been an ongoing effort by the department to align those and make them more clear. Along with that is also taking those regulatory aspects of either a fire season proclamation or regulated use and translating it into other languages to better serve Oregonians. Translating it into plain English from the regulatory context is always a challenge when you're trying to explain the law, and then taking that from English into other languages so we have greater understanding for the citizens in the state. The public out and about, as you can see from the emblems on that map, is a much more coordinated effort. And I was talking with Mike a bit. We have a state forester is required to maintain a complete and coordinated fire suppression system. However, we also have a complete and coordinated wildfire prevention system too with that. And it focuses around where folks are and our partners, and that help engage with the public and help increase those values and that interest and in creating those emotional bonds to preventing wildfires. And there's a wide slew of both state agencies, our federal partners, as well as Travel Oregon, American Red Cross, and KOG, or Keep Oregon Green. I want to highlight Keep Oregon Green as a special entity in this slide. Couldn't make the emblem any bigger, but they're in line with everybody else. Keep Oregon Green has a special connection with the department. When the board reviews the district budgets in June, 1 penny per acre in that budget is contributed to Keep Oregon Green. And that's the contributions to the, what that does is allows Keep Oregon Green to maintain staffing or to have a dedicated person to coordinate the activities, the outreach, the messaging, and make sure we're in alignment, make sure we're consistent, understandable, and not stepping on each other's toes for this aspect. So one of the main charges with them is the Wildfire Awareness Month that's in May. Keep Oregon Green coordinates that between the participating entities. Most folks have seen the Smokey the Bear license plates. See a bunch of them in the parking lot here as well. That facet of support for Keeping Oregon Green is how they fund much of their outreach to those metro areas, the areas of the state where the department doesn't necessarily have the face-to-face time and the touch opportunities that we do within our protection districts. So it helps get those funds help get that message out. It's also created a neat opportunity where the department, where we used to invest additional funds supporting Keep Oregon Green we've been allowed to redirect those into additional aspects that Joy's going to cover coming up here. So with that, fire prevention ends up being a year-round statewide effort. Even now, you heard Mike with his be diligent with fire season will be coming, regardless of the rain and the nice weather we've been having. But promoting fire prevention, the home protection, and the fire adaptation is a year-round message that, and maintaining it, making sure we identify where it's effective, where there's trends that need to be addressed. And with that, I'm going to transition over to Joy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to note, if I had known that my colleagues would be in khaki, I probably would not have worn hot pink, but I feel bad that I'm clashing so badly.
You should have said towards.
So thanks to the great broad statewide work that KOG does, it's created these opportunities for ODF to focus on more ODF specific messaging and on work closer to home within our districts, because we don't have to worry about, are we communicating in a way that reaches every person in Oregon who have a variety of beliefs, activities, that takes a very concentrated effort to build out. And where that helps us is we can focus on, what are our top causes? What are the key behaviors that we want to be able to modify and adjust in order to prevent more fires? We've had some unexpectedly great opportunities this year, two of which I'm about to talk through pretty quickly. But this first one was all focused on social media. And we kicked it off with development earlier this year. And the goal was to create kind of a starter toolkit where we have easy to pull graphics, pre-made, ready to go. So we could first get more folks talking about prevention. Specifically where we were focusing was state government agencies, so executive branch agencies, because a lot of folks are surprised to know that there's a lot of communicating about wildfire prevention in different ways across agencies, but it's all done, under that organization's branding on their pages, and it's very disjointed. So you don't get the full impact of how much state government is talking about prevention and trying to get that messaging out. You also don't have the opportunity to leverage each other's very unique networks of customers, partners, consumers. So we partnered with State Fire Marshal, and we consulted with and got input from the governor's office and OEM in developing, I think we've got 10 or so of these type of graphics that are just ready to plug and play for government agencies. We've also passed them along to some of our local government partners just to keep getting the word out. It doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who's communicating it, just that it's getting out there. And by making it easy, we increase the likelihood that that messaging will go out. The other great component of this is the design features and the coloring and the style all create a consistent brand. So over time, people will be able to associate this with state government talking about prevention as we get it to more agencies and people get more comfortable using it. So since we started using them, I think last month, we've had a combined reach of 38,000 people, which is about 20% of our total reach on Facebook for that same time period, even though these posts only accounted for 11 or 12%. So we're already seeing some returns. Personally, I like them a lot more visually than some of the kind of random get the information out there stuff that that's happened in the past. Our plan moving forward with OSFM is that we'll revisit and update on an annual basis, have them ready for Wildfire Awareness Month, and next year's Wildfire Awareness Month should be kind of when you really see these en masse, because I believe most, if not all of the participants alongside KOG are state agencies. So you'll be able to see these popping up throughout social media. We're also working to expand what we have available other than social media. So canned news releases, photos that they can use as illustrations, just a whole mess of stuff. So there's not so much pressure, particularly on thinking like our smaller structural fire partners, smaller government entities. It might be surprising, but things like this take a lot of time to develop, to do them well. And a lot of smaller governmental bodies are just not staffed for that. So it's getting the word out there by making it super easy. This one was a very surprise opportunity. We were contacted by KATU out of Portland a couple months ago, asking if we wanted to sponsor their wildfire special along with a couple other sponsors. And we looked at what we would get out of it, looked at the price tag and said, yeah, get us on board. We were able to manage the cost of the sponsorship by using some commercial spots that had already been produced by ODF for other media markets with funding from KOG. So we didn't have to pay that additional fee. But so they had their wildfire and preparedness special, and there's a whole slew of things aside from getting our logo slapped on what felt like everything on those stations during that time frame. But we also got these great 30-second spots, which typically, depending on when they air, you're talking several hundred, over $1,000 to run them and air them. And it was all included within the campaign costs. And we used that opportunity to focus on messaging about prevention generally, but also specifically vehicle-caused wildfires, which, as Tim's slide showed earlier, is a remarkably large category. So we also had the opportunity for some of their on-air talent and their anchors and different reporters. They recorded several quick prevention messages that the wrap-up report said aired 120 times on both K2 and KVAL during, I believe it was kind of a 10-day time frame leading up to and just after the wildfire special. That's in addition to our commercial spots that combined were over 100 airings, the majority of which were during primetime local and national programming. So the Public Affairs Program and Protection Division joined forces to fund this effort. At the end of the day, it was for both stations just over $14,000, which between those two networks, K2 alone reaches over 1 million households. I think they'd said they make up 70 to 80% of Portland's media market. KVAL's is a bit smaller, but it hits another core metropolitan media market out of Eugene, and I think it's about 240,000 households. So great potential reach. And at the end of the day, all of the prevention messaging that was part of this sponsorship was pushed out to 2.5 million Oregonians between television and social media. The one caveat on that is it's pushed out that many times to that many people, but some folks might see it multiple times. But it's still an exceptionally broad reach, especially for us as, we're really getting our feet under us and being really public about prevention. So just overall, it was a great opportunity to start testing the waters there. We're also currently looking at budgets and calendars to identify future opportunities for similar campaigns. And one of the ones we've talked about recently was around, and I know it's something that Liz has brought up in the past, prescribed fire, and helping people understand the purpose, understand the value, and start building that community understanding and social license needed for that to be successful. And with that, Tim.
Too used to the green light just staying on the entire time. So with this, as I mentioned initially, this is a precursor topic to the introduction of this topic to the board to provide just an understanding of the current programs that the department undertakes, as well as where our regulatory framework is and the policy direction with it, and provide some overview with the statistics and what causes we're looking at. So with that, the next steps in the process, we'll be working with our partners, both and our forest protection districts, as well to have a comprehensive review, similar to what we did previously with the IFPL reviews. Those have been on a consistent trajectory, and with the setup for that, so we like to look at avenues to introduce that type of review, continual review status for our regulated use where it pertains to the public, as well as identify areas where we can more codify the outreach to that third bucket outside of our protection districts about that, the importance of wildfire prevention. So I want to, there'll be a series of these as with this on the board's work plan over the coming year or two, and we'll be returning and using this as the base.
Thank you. Tim, I'm wondering, and I appreciate the fact that you kind of gave us a little information about how those statistics were kind of giving some false impressions. And I just keep thinking about the fact that we have this different animal now, these mega fires like we had Labor Day 2020, and and what we've witnessed in California and elsewhere where we have these huge wind events. And to me that overshadows everything. And of course, we all know too that essentially we can't fight those fires. So it really comes down to ignition. And so I know there's been, conversations before about what things and they're drastic and they're outside of our authority. But I mean, we have this fabulous weather forecasting these days. And I remember, in 2020, I mean, it was being talked about for days that we were going into this incredibly dangerous period. And I know there's been, change with power line, those issues, but there are other drastic steps I think that you guys are well positioned to identify, such as road closures and I don't know what all else. Is there what work has happened to identify what could be done, and who would make those proposals to the legislature? Is anything going on in that realm? And just like to hear from you, Tim, and from Mike.
Take it first. Okay. So with this one, in conjunction, so part of Senate Bill 762 was did charge the Public Utilities Commission with reviewing this very topic, and the department's been engaged there in rulemaking. So the utilities that there's 3 major investor-owned utilities within the state. Those are all required to have wildfire mitigation plans that take into account their wildfire risk, how it's analyzed. They can utilize the map, the wildfire risk map that was just produced as well, and also have practices in there for triggers for the and procedures for public safety power shutoffs, which is what we see often in California with the power shutdown on their grids. And have a plan in place for notification of the public, notification of vulnerable communities within their service areas, and thresholds for those. The Public Utilities Commission has the authority to direct those plans. That was part of their rulemaking requirements, and the department was engaged in that design of those plans, and also with review and providing comments on them. But it was charged with essentially with the utility companies being required to have a plan in place to address those. How do you measure risk? How do you monitor red flag events? What are your triggers for doing specific actions? That was a requirement, I believe, the end of December for those. And then the consumer-owned utilities are moving towards that same direction this year.
Yeah, I understood that was true of utilities. I guess my question is more, is there any movement, or is anybody thinking about, what kind of legislation would be to give either the governor or the state forester emergency powers under, a certain danger level that's then defined, and then other steps can be taken outside of what we're talking about with utilities? Because I mean, there are other sources of ignition during these situations.
Chair Kelly, for the record, Mike Shaw, great question. And I think that's really the $1 million question. And one of the reasons that we're going through this prevention program review, we're looking really deeply into our statistics for what causes fires and where are those areas where we can have the most bang for our buck from a prevention standpoint. And, I think Tim highlighted it early. The challenge is we can't take credit for what we don't know we prevented, right? And so there's been, it's sort of like investing in safety. It's hard to invest in something when there's no quantifiable evidence that you invested $1,000 and you got $1,000 worth of value out of it. What we do know is that any fire that happens in the wrong place at the wrong time can cost us a whole lot of money. So any fire that is human caused that we can prevent is hugely valuable from a cost to Oregonian standpoint. Just tax dollars, true cost of wildfire, you choose your metric. What is challenging is exactly your question. What is that one thing? And what are the steps necessary to actually do that? And so we're looking really closely at those, and we have regulations in place for those kind of broad things, right? Campfires, fireworks, industrial operations from, 20, 30 years ago before the new technologies. But now we're trying to hone in on those things that maybe crop up only once in a while and we haven't maybe regulated. In Oregon, that's power grid, right? That's the power grid. When was the last time we saw the need for power system, power grid shutoffs like we see in California? We haven't seen that. Well, all of a sudden the Labor Day fires highlighted maybe we should talk about that. And I think that's one of the things that we need to look at as an agency is really what are those fire causes specifically, and are there some opportunities? As far as current ideas for legislation, I have heard of nothing that would be more than what is currently been added into Senate Bill 762 with the power companies and what occurred through the Labor Day events. But there's nothing relative to shutting down roads and not allowing people to go drive when we get to a certain place because vehicles cause a lot of fires. And so those become very difficult to get to.
No, I know, the things we're talking about are very big and very consequential and potentially very unpopular. At the same time, we have the next big mega fire, and it was started by a car chain on Highway 26. And the question is going to be, why didn't anybody have authority to close it? We knew something like this was going to happen. The conditions were so bad. And I guess, you guys are the ones with the statistics, and I've seen ones before that are more and more detailed. I think, certainly the legislators have got to be the people who would make that kind of decision, because it is so consequential to empower the governor or to empower the state forester. But I think it's within our responsibility as a department and as a board to at least make an attempt to put some what might be reasonable legislation proposals and put them out there for the legislature to do with what they wish. Any other thoughts on this? Kyla.
So the congressional budget report that came out in June. Okay. This is not new news to those of you that sat through the Wildfire Council. They say we're burning 8 million acres a year annually, mostly in the West. And that the fire on federal lands is 5 times the size as the fire on non-federal. Well, the one recommendation the Wildfire Council came up with was, and we heard it over and over and over again from the firefighters, is yes, we can put those fires out, but once they get into those heavy fuel areas, we can't get control of them. And so I think, yes, we can shut power grids off, we can close roads, but what the firefighters told us, and you guys tell us if they were wrong, but when you get into those heavy burnable fuel loads, we can't get those fires out. And that's so Joy, I think this work is fabulous, by the way. But I wouldn't want to leave the public with the opinion that it's all on them. Because I think a lot of this is on us and federal land management practices. And so I don't want it to, this congressional budget report, and this is nonpartisan, I would really take a look at that. It's really in concert with many of the things the Wildfire Council recommended, because it's just valuable information.
Thank you, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. A question and a comment, I guess. The fire policy that you had, I think on your second and third slide, Tim, 40 something or other, when was that passed? What's the date on that? Do you know?
For the general policy, I would have to look that up, but I can provide that to you after the meeting here.
But it's with 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago?
Yeah,
okay. I'm just wondering if that policy may need a new look, given the fact that keeping fire out of the forest is exacerbating some of the problems that Carla's describing. And it comes back to our discussion previously about prescribed fire. The other observation to follow up on Jim's questioning is that if people are in a tornado zone or hurricane zone or some other thing that is going to threaten people's lives, Federal agencies and local agencies have green, yellow, red kind of warnings, right? If we're green, we're all good. If we're yellow, get prepared to pack up and move. And if we're red, get the heck out of there, right? And you all keep track of fire weather like minute by minute, I suspect, during fire season. And you know that when it's dry and there's a big east wind and all you need is a spark, shouldn't we be telling the media that this is yellow, get your go bags? And what's our responsibility in terms of protecting the public in that regard?
That's a great question. And I don't have a great answer for you. The difference in the kind of hurricane tornado zones is there's a weather forecast that projects a ignition for that, right? Like an event that is coming. We don't have that for a human caused fire. We do that for lightning caused fires and lightning events and the natural events. But I'll use one example of a fire that occurred just a couple of years ago out of the Dalles called the South Valley Road Fire that came out of on a really windy day. It was the bad day and had 40-mile-an-hour winds, and it started in a structure, spread to the wildland very quickly, and consumed 18 or 20,000 acres in the first burn period. I think we had 5 large air tankers and I don't know how many single engine air tankers that could not keep up with the fire. And there was a lot of people downwind of that event that were at risk that we would never have thought that we would have given a warning that there could be an event that started, i.e. you need to be packed and ready to go, right? The reality in most of Southern Oregon and Eastern Oregon, when you get to August, you're in the conditions you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And folks should be prepared, but that doesn't mean they can leave for a variety of reasons, right? Like that's their livelihood in their home. And so it's a little bit of a conundrum on how we prepare folks for that event that we don't know if or when will happen in a given location.
Yeah, clearly you can get warning fatigue, right?
Yeah, so, very much so.
But on the other hand, given the percentage of human-caused fires and given the fact that it only takes one spark to do what you just described, having some kind of a, well, anyway, you understand what I was driving at.
I do.
And, you know, with hurricanes and tornadoes, prediction isn't always very great either, but anyway.
Ben.
Yeah, Ben Doimling. I would just echo what Jim and Brenda have been saying. Some sort of warning. We know the risk goes to very close to 100% in certain weather events, certain times of year. And the more we can communicate that, the better. Going back, I had a question, and I'm guessing you are evaluating this all the time, Tim, but how many fire starts, human-caused fire starts, happen when folks are following the rules, and how many happen when folks are not following the rules? My assumption is most happen when they're not following the rules, but just to know that we have the rules right, I'm assuming it happens at times that a fire starts when the landowner or the operator is following all the rules and it happens anyway. Just curious to have your thoughts on that.
So we do that with the IFPL review committee. That's portions of it. It's part of the, so the department's also charged with investigating the cause and general origin of every wildfire. And it comes out during that process of if those rules were being followed or was someone not following the rules. And that allows us to help track if that process. So we do that through the investigation process after fires do occur. So.
Hazard a guess on what percentage of starts happen but when the rules are followed?
You have more experience.
I would not hazard that. We can do a little bit of data mining and see if we can get you an answer. And what I would say, maybe to clarify, I believe that occurs on the industrial side, but not on the public side. So if you remember the buckets of fire causes. And so I think it would be, so on the industrial side, that's one spectrum of the human caused fires, and another significant spectrum of the human caused fires. We don't have a metric for that, but we can try and come up with something.
Yeah, it seems like, I know you're constantly reviewing it on the industrial side, but on the regulated use sides, someone's got a campfire. Was that actually legal campfire or not? Either, my hunch is there's fewer being caused when they're following the rules by quite a lot, but it'd be good to know how good those rules are.
Good point.
Liz, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead, because I actually have a fun question for these two people.
Okay.
Okay,
You wanna
thanks,
know.
Liz. Just, there is something that does exist called red flag warnings that happen in the state, and for lightning and for severe winds and low humidity. And as an operator, we actually shut down during high wind red flag warnings voluntarily because we feel there's too much exposure. So things like that do exist. Now, how much that's, out there with the public, how much do they know that we're in a red flag warning? Does Jim know that he's in a red flag warning in John Day? Is there a way by which he understands that and might change his behavior? But something like that does exist, right? Low humidities, high winds, anyway.
Joe, that does exist, but we have a lot of red flag warnings, and and I was really kind of trying to drill down on the kind of circumstances we had at Labor Day 2020. This just really extreme kind of forecast, and as I said, I remember it was totally predicted that we had unbelievably bad conditions, beyond what a normal red flag would be. Go ahead.
All right, thanks, Chair. Okay. In the last month, I've been thinking about the Smoky Bear license, and a lot. And first of all, Joy, thank you for all the good work you're doing, leveraging the prevention and explaining what Keep Oregon Green does. So when I think about Smoky the Bear, I think about that discussion with the state foresters is the only one that they were adamant to tell me that the U.S. Forest Service only managed the Smoky Bear symbol in cooperation with the state, the National Association of State Foresters. So Cal, you manage the commercial licensing and the use of the Smoky Bear image, and you oversee the protection and the perpetuation of Smoky Bear, whose birthday is August 11th coming up. And so I'm thinking about this license, right? And good on Keep Oregon Green for managing that. But my question to you, Cal, is how does the Smoky Bear license rank in the top licenses, vanity licenses of Oregon? Where would you put it?
Well, to answer that question, I don't know exactly, but you're asking me personally where I
Yes,
put
where
that.
would you put it?
Oh, I think it's one of the most popular licenses being sold right now.
It is. It's one
Yeah.
of the top three.
Yeah.
And so Chair Kelly, from 2019, when it first started in August 1st to 18 months after, how much money do you think the Smoky Bear license brought in for the state of Oregon? And I'm on my monetary thing since lunchtime, Carla. How much money?
I didn't know where you were going. I don't have a clue, but I thought you were going to ask for him to model, be the next model for the Smoky Bear.
No. Okay, so I will tell you because that's a hard one. $1.4 million.
Wow.
I think that's more. I don't know how much you pay your state employees, but that's more than one state. 1 million is more. And I do this visual drive-by every time I see a Smoky license plate to see who's driving it. And it is the BMWs, the Subarus, the people out in this parking lot. It is the millennials, the XY. It's only going to grow. So I don't know your agreement, or if you need to go back to the negotiation table, State Forester, who manages the commercial licensing of this, lest I forget, is maybe there's an opportunity. I mean, maybe it pays your insurance for fire. Maybe it, Joy expands her program. $1.4 million. Now, some of that will go to making it. But I talked to Bill Herber when I saw the Smoky Bear emblem when I came in the last time, and I said, you all embrace that, right? You all take care of that, right? And he said, no, we even have to pay to do that. And I'm just going, no kidding. So this happened way before you, State Forester Cal Mukamoto, but I am letting you know, you should have no shame in claiming that symbol. No shame. And you have a whole slew of national other state foresters who will back you to the death. Let me tell you, when it comes to Smokey. So here, Smokey. I'm doing my penance for being so negligent with the other state foresters, but it's worth looking into, you guys. It belongs to you, state forester. And I don't know why it went to Keep Oregon Green. That's a lot of money that it's made, and it's gonna keep a lot of money. Let me finish off this. It is, after Santa Claus, Smokey Bear is the most recognizable image in the nation and maybe the world. So you have this treasure, you have this image. I love that license plate, I just love it. And I think the millennials and the Gen Xers would love it too. So just doing my part, Carla, to keep our money flow going. Okay. I don't have the money knowledge that you have, but I like, okay, this could be good for you. Yeah.
All right, any other questions? All right, if you could kind of keep things on the status quo here on the fires for the rest of the season, we'd appreciate it. All right, yeah, good luck.
I will do my best.
Yeah, and we're all with you, and we know that that's unlikely, and we hope everybody more than anything stays safe. And I would just like to mention, as I'm thinking that, having read the HR report that we was in our binders, is that this last year our injuries were down for hours worked, and congratulations to the department, not just fire, for that, and something we want to continue to see and appreciate all your efforts to keep people alive and safe.
Thanks for those words, and I will make sure I message that out. I think that's a key component that the board and the board chair mentioned, the safety of our firefighters and the rest of the agency as we get into the heart of fire season. So I will make sure that I get something out, maybe with Joy's help. So thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay, we're doing well. We're ahead of schedule, and so we're going to go right into the next item on our agenda, which is the MGO Implementation Plan Progress Report. And I believe everybody is ready to go. I see Sabrina. Is Bill? Bill's going to be on the screen. Okay, we're going to just take a minute here. If there's anybody else who needs a bio break. Which I think we'll wait for a moment here. Okay. Oh, yeah. You like that, huh? No.
Good afternoon, MGO representatives and Bill. Just if you could give us maybe about 2 more minutes. We're just waiting for everyone to rejoin us in the room. Thank you.
All right, we are ready to move ahead with the MGO report. And Sabrina, are you leading us through this?
I am.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, members of the board. My name is Sabrina Perez. I'm Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch. I'm responsible for our implementation of MGO's recommendations. Joining me today from their remote locations, we have Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration, and from MGO, we have both Shawnee Pickney Forrest and Linda Hurley joining us. Before handing over the presentation to MGO, I'd like to briefly recognize how this work culminated in late 2019 with the governor's establishment of the Forestry Financial Oversight Team and hiring of MGO as a consultant to review and support our financial management of increasingly complex and expensive wildfire season costs. MGO presented a report of 28 recommendations in mid-2021 spanning areas of budgeting, financial resources, information technology, oversight, and policies and procedures. By fall of 21, we had hired MGO back to provide direct technical assistance with implementation and formal assessment reporting to the board and legislature. Recognizing that implementation of MGO's recommendations is a high priority, your administrative work plan has us returning to the board at regular reporting intervals throughout the biennium. As an attachment to our staff report, MGO has developed a secondary review of our implementation work to date, building upon the progress that we presented to the board back in April. MGO is here today to highlight the results of that work. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shawnee and Linda.
So good afternoon. As Sabrina mentioned, my name is Shawnee Pickney Forrest, and I am an advisory senior manager at MGO. With me is Linda Hurley, the partner at MGO, excuse me. Next slide, please. So today we'll briefly remind the board of the methodology we used for reviewing the implementation management plan. We'll provide a status update on implementation progress. This is our second review cycle, which covered the period of May 2022 through June 30, 2022. We published our first review in April of 2022. After the status update, Sabrina will provide a management update. And lastly, we'll conclude with a discussion to elicit feedback from the board on areas of interest, next cycle prioritization, and things of that sort. Next slide, please. So as a reminder for our methodology, for each recommendation, we've identified the documentation that would demonstrate implementation. Then for each review cycle, we prioritize recommendations for review based on a number of factors, such as risk levels and conversations with ODF regarding their level of progress at the time. We request and analyze any supporting data, and then we summarize the evaluation in a report, which provides a status update on whether the recommendations have been implemented, if there was a change in the risk score, and our reasoning. Next slide, please. So as of June 30, 8 of the 28 recommendations have been implemented. In April, as a reminder, 5 recommendations were implemented, and those centered around policies and procedures for cost share agreements, settlements, and collections, a recommendation requiring vendors to be registered in Oregon buys for purchases, and a recommendation where this body codified its financial oversight responsibilities. 9 recommendations are in progress. And as a reminder, in April, there were 7 recommendations in progress, and those centered around cash flow projection and accounts payable policies and procedures and ODF oversight procedures. I'll provide a brief overview of the additional 5 implemented and in progress recommendations that were added during the June 2022 review. Next slide, please. So for our review period of May through June 2022, 3 recommendations were implemented and centered around formalizing policies and procedures for calculating the annual rate assessment and creating consistency in budgeting methodologies and reconciliation. The risk ratings for all 3 recommendations were reduced. For recommendation number 12, the rating decreased from a high, which is noted by the downward arrow in the high column, to low, which is indicated by the X in the low column. And for recommendations 23 and 24, the ratings decreased from medium to low. Next slide, please. For the same review period, 2 recommendations were categorized as in progress and centered around change management, with change management notably being the reduction of the duplication of effort in the field audit procedures. And the other recommendation involved improving communication between the ODF Administrative and Operations Branch and Protection Division leadership on the status of FEMA claims. The risk ratings for both recommendations remain the same. Next slide, please. Lastly, there are 11 recommendations that are not under review. And I should note that there are a few reasons as to why a recommendation may not be under review. And that includes the implementation may not have begun or has been placed on hold due to resource capacity, or implementation has been initiated, but not enough progress has occurred to elicit review at the current time. And so now I'll turn the presentation over to Sabrina, who will provide a management update.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So for our update, I'll provide an overview of our implementation progress, successes we've realized, and opportunities for us to focus on. Next slide. So as a recap of our recommendation status from the Implementation Management Plan version 4 that we produced in April, we had 28 recommendations. At the time, we had 16 active, 13 progressing, 3 recently initiated, 4 pending, 3 not started, and 5 complete. As you just heard, given the timing of our recent progress and the outcomes of MGO's 2 recent assessments, we do have some work to do within the Implementation Management Plan to align our progress with MGO's assessments before we produce a version 5. While many of our agency deliverables are less likely to change within each recommendation, we do want to incorporate the reduction of risk that MGO has observed. We want to lean into areas where we're just a few work items away from completion. And then we want to refocus our remaining resources available on the remaining highest priority recommendations. We're scheduled to return with version 5 at the November meeting. Next slide, please. As for successes, I'd say that our implementation is probably the biggest success. Our progress towards that. We now have 8 recommendations deemed complete, 9 recommendations with significant progress, and we've successfully lowered the risk across several recommendations, and that's a success story. But what does that all mean? In terms of outcomes, it's beyond implementing the recommendation. It's the so what. As employees in ODF, we all know that the MGO recommendations are a top priority, but what it's resulted in is beyond. It's a raised level of financial awareness. It's fine-tuning our business processes, better documenting of our policies and procedures, and it's the craving for financial systems that can provide us with the answers we need today. Next slide, please. There are opportunities amongst the success. So another outcome of the MGO report is the statewide recognition that our fire funding structure was not built for the fire seasons we have today. So while we can adapt our business practices to help mitigate cash flow risks, in the end, we're still going to be in a fire borrowing scenario until a new funding solution is available. We do have another opportunity in our current recruiting. Internally, our resource capacity is still a concern. While we've been successful in filling several key vacancies, we've also been challenged in others. However, we remain optimistic and diligent in our outreach and recruiting, working to ensure we hire the right individuals and bring valuable technical expertise on board to the agency. Continued policy development is a priority. There are several recommendations that are close to being finished that simply require focused attention in this realm. I look forward to our return and demonstrating further progress here. And then lastly, in our admin modernization program for IT application development, several of our recommendations are now simply waiting for technical expertise to be on board and help work through technological advances with app development and streamlining our business practices. We are seeing promises in our current recruitments, and I'm looking forward to establishing the team and having the resources available to make progress here. Next slide. And so with that, we'll be here again for another update in November. But in the meanwhile, I'd like to hear your feedback and would offer the following areas for consideration in discussion. Any thoughts you may have on MGO's work product and the valuation process to date, the level of information and detail provided for that oversight, any priorities you have for MGO's next review of ODF's progress, and if there's areas for ODF to focus our available resources. Can you please go to gallery view for the discussion? With that, I'll turn it over to you, Chair Carley.
Okay, thank you. So I know I've repeated myself a number of times, but this all really started with the situation where we didn't know how much we owed and how much we were owed, as I try to put it as simply and succinctly as possible. And so in your requests to us around what would be feedback on priorities here, I look at number 4, which I think is the one on the list that's at the core in answering that question. Am I right? And so for me, that's still, obviously we've made good progress, very, very good progress, but I want to see that one off the list. That would be my personal feedback.
Number 4 is cash flow.
Okay, Carla.
Thank you. And, I really want to thank the entire financial team and administrative team and MGO for your help. We're in a very different spot with our financial overview and systems, and even just a year ago, January. So I really, applaud all of you. I think, as in business, things change. And as I look at the risk to this organization, it's changed pretty radically in the last few months. And in business, our number 1 risk today is inflation. I think that's true for this agency. We have spent $260 million on fire in 2 years. If we put out those same exact fires, what would it cost us today? If it was in business, we would put a multiplier of 1.40x on that cost. I don't know what it is here, but I know it's great. So our cost of doing business, and I know you all feel that who are paying the bills. Continued high fire season, economic downturn. The signs are there for potential recession. And, I would say policies that really could impact in a big way state lands revenue or other revenues to this organization. So I'm going to put cash flow as top priority of really making sure the board is top of mind of understanding really where we're at as we consolidate those big picture items. But thank you for your work.
Other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I really wanted to thank MGO for joining us and Bill and the considerable work of all of our employees in implementing these recommendations. And thanks for the board for supporting us in doing so.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we should take a short break. And really the only thing we've got left is our meeting wrap up. And I'm excited that we're, not just because we might be able to go home early, but it's really where I would like to be able to spend more time. And for example, through this change of not having some of these presentations, like we didn't have a presentation on facilities, we didn't have an HR presentation. it's my assumption that, of course, that you guys are all reading those materials and all, and, you know, I've got a thing or two around, you know, after having read those that I'd love to talk with you all about, and I'm sure some of you do too, and then any other topics. But let's just take a 10-minute break and be back at 20 after, and then go right to it.
This morning, you know, and I don't think.
They're not.
Okay, we're board, we're back in session. And this is that would be the regularly scheduled time for the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee to be checking in. And so there was a chance that some other commissioner or commissioners might testify at this point. Hillary, do we have anybody?
No one has signed up with us either in the room or remote.
Okay, then so in that case, we will move into our wrap up for the day and any topics that anybody wants to bring up.
Chair Kelly, I'll start. Good meeting, appreciate it. I do like your fine tuning of the agenda. I appreciate that. You know, these meetings can get extraordinarily long and I appreciate you working on that. So, I mean, I know you wanted maybe some of that feedback, so I'll give it to you. And I think, you know, sending stuff home, you know, so we read it and had feedback, I think is totally appropriate. So I just want to make sure you heard that, and I appreciate.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
working on it. It's we're in progress.
And I know I appreciate it's hard to do because there is so many things and everything, but it's one of the things that, you know, as chair, I mean, you have to help lead us and help us.
Yeah. Well, it's been an education over the last year. What can I say? You know, on that, just something that I took note of in on a couple of those presentations that ended up on the consent agenda, that I think are worth us noting on the HR was what we are likely to be dealing with in terms of retirements because of this, for the folks that are motivated by their status during fire season to do that. That's significant. That's going to be quite a challenge for you. For you all. Anyhow, I don't know. Any other reactions to any of those things that we read that we haven't had an opportunity to talk about it, Brenda?
Just one, and it's not a surprise, and we've talked about it before, but the gender disparity and to a certain degree, the other representations of demographics in the workforce are maybe getting better, but I really would love to know what's being done to try to move the needle on all of these aspects of DEI. And maybe what could be done to do a better job with that. It takes a significant commitment of time and energy and resources, I know, but I'm not sure we're seeing the changes that maybe we would like to see.
So you're suggesting maybe that we bring in HR to brief us specifically on that point, a short briefing in a future meeting?
So, yeah, I think so. I think what's the strategy for identifying a diverse candidate pool? What's the strategy for recruiting? What's the strategy for hiring? Because the qualifications sometimes are pretty heavily skewed toward those sorts of people who may look a lot like some of us.
Yeah.
And then what's the strategy for retention once you have people in that you want to keep? So I'd like to kind of hear about the whole process and then understand maybe if there's anything we should be doing differently or in addition or anyway.
Yeah, no, those are very interesting subjects, and I think we've many of us have lived them in our work life and struggled with them. You know, I mean, personally, you know, I had to recognize in myself that the person who in that interview process that I was most comfortable with was another white male of about the same age as me, and I needed to, you know, really take steps to counteract that. And I think we all struggle with that kind of thing. And yes, I think it would be great to have a presentation to the board. Any other thoughts on that? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. For the record, Chandra Ferrari, and I would fully support that as well. I caught the same point that you did, Jim, on the retirement. And I find it interesting because I think it's a statewide issue, all agencies, and I think it's across states. So I'm interested in understanding the strategy for filling those positions over time when I think the pool of folks who may have, relevant expertise is shrinking. And we know it's shrinking in the forest products industry as well. And so I think it's going to be a pretty big issue for the state apparatus as a whole over the next decade. And I think there's a lot of poaching that goes on in between agencies as well right now. So I'm also interested in just hearing how things are going, given the recruitment environment that exists right now, which might be shifting over time, but it's still a pretty competitive market out there, and what's making ODF distinct from other opportunities. So I'd appreciate that presentation as well.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, we on DEI, we just got our DEI coordinator hired, and if we can give her a little bit of time just to get her feet on the ground so we can start formulating those strategies. Maybe not next meeting, but maybe in a couple meetings, I'll talk to Bill Herber and Tricia about that when they would like to put that together. We as the department have been facing that retiree issue. In fact, that's a big issue is hiring retirees, fill in spaces where after they've retired to come back and fulfill because of their knowledge and skills. And that's something we're transitioning through. Long term, there's no easy answer, as I think Amanda would talk about workforce development. There's no easy answer. And we have it all across the board as far as shortages and how we fill those shortages. But I have begun talks with groups like Oregon State University, talking to Tom DeLuca and Forestry specifically about an intern program. We want to expand that discussion with other departments and disciplines within Oregon State, other universities such as Portland State or University of Oregon. I've had some people groan when I've said that, but that's just football. And then I've also started discussion between Oregon State University and Southwestern Oregon College over the Elliott. And could we establish something down there at Shutter Creek that could help bring people into ODF as far as interns or participation in program, and also maybe even contribute to workforce development out there as far as, Oregon State has a wonderful program where they can bring harvesting equipment, automation in a truck. I think they have it in a truck, and they can, but can we use some of that technology to start recruiting local kids that maybe don't want to get a bachelor's in forestry, but want to be able to go out and become a logger or a contractor. So these are things we're exploring, but that's long term. I don't have any instant answers in how to do that because we're all competing for the same group of people. And the demands are just growing. You look at the agency, I walked through the door 7 months ago, and there's just a lot of initiatives going on, and the demand for additional workforce is there, and it's just not us. I talked to the other directors and they're all facing it, but that's not an excuse for not doing something. So.
I don't have any long-term solutions, but I was thinking about Maurizio and Halfway. And, I think it's, we can start at the colleges and schools and bring it. And I'm just wondering, is there a place where you could bring diverse kids, I don't know, from Tuskegee or, just think wild, and in for a month, within the community of ODF, and who would want sort of a Western experience. And because we all said, I know that in the winter prescribed burning season, all sorts of Western, your ODF people, I've seen them on planes through Salt Lake, come and do prescribed burning. And I'm just wondering, I think there's a lot of kids in the South who have this vision of Oregon and would love to have this, if they're not way out there in Alaska or something, but within the community, and try it for, a pay period, 2 weeks, and just see how it works. And that, might be a way of little investment, but maybe some long-term gains. Thinking of Maurizio.
Sorry, Jim, but a little more economics. I think if we had business people in the room, they would, a bunch of business people, they would just tell you that these are remarkably unusual times. But what they would say really impacts us as well. Most of their inventories are now 40% higher costs than they were a year ago. Somebody has to finance that. Interest rates are rising, so the cost of funds is rising. So the cost of financing that inventory in their operations is higher. They're dealing with labor shortages. We're dealing with labor shortages. We all see an economic downturn. We see very large companies now putting on hiring freezes. In our case, we've got policies that may be huge drivers in our costs going forward. Our wildfire risk is great, and our cost of fighting wildfire is great. And just like the added inflation. I think the problems are very, very similar. And I think it just makes us look at our business or our economic unit differently than we've looked at it in the past. And I think we have to do that. I think we have to challenge ourselves on the basic definition, as we look at the forest management plan, the vision and purpose and the sustainability of these forests. I think we have to challenge ourselves. We're in different times.
Geez, Carla, I thought I was the cynic.
I just try to meet Kayla. Brenda, I just try to meet.
So, on a whole nother topic, but I know it's going to be out there in the public. A while back, I had shared this movie that was going to be out in a while and is publicly out starting tonight, called Elemental. And when I had sent that around, I said, hey, I don't agree with everything in this movie. But it certainly seems like an important one to watch. And I don't know how many of you have had a chance to watch it. But it has its debut at the Hollywood Theater tonight. Ted Sickinger wrote an article about the whole movie, pretty long article in the Oregonian 2 or 3 days ago. And my understanding is that the public radio show, Think Out Loud, I think today was also about the film. And this is a film that gives pretty short shrift to any kind of thinning, and so I guess I'll shut up for a little while and see if anybody else has thoughts about it, and then I'll share some of my thoughts about it. Anything?
I haven't seen it yet.
What? You haven't seen it yet? Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean,
this all gets back to what's the science tell us here, right? And we know that fires need fuel, they need certain weather conditions, and they need a source of ignition. And how that plays out in different settings varies, right? And under certain conditions, so I think you're referring to the thinning piece, Jim, is that what I'm recalling from that clip? Thinning the forest?
Well, essentially the movie, it comes from a pretty strong environmentalist point of view. And there are a lot of people in the environmental community who fear that almost any thinning project is just an excuse for cutting trees. And so there's a lot of cynicism amongst that community around thinning.
And it's easy to prove that when you have weather conditions that are going to burn up a forest regardless of what you've done to it, right? And it's easy to prove that thinning works great under other weather conditions that do not explode the forest into, a fireball. So and we know that. I mean, the scientific literature is there to support this role between weather conditions and fire behavior. And there are fire models that do that, in fact. So you can prove almost anything by these different anecdotes. And I guess that's my concern, is that the more we veer away from the science and begin to slip into misinformation, then we get going off in all sorts of different directions that are not helpful.
Well, I think the movie does rely a lot on science, but there's some picking and choosing, as there often is. And so my concern about it is that the real argument of the film is that we can't thin our way and protect our communities. We simply can't. And so really all you can do is harden your homes and harden, the 100 feet or so around. I'm oversimplifying a bit, but that's essentially what they're saying. And I feel like that ignores, I think we need all the tools in the toolbox, essentially. And that, they do make, like I say, a lot of legitimate criticism of how thinning can be a huge waste of money. But these other things that I got thinking about it afterwards. Where does thinning, make sense? Look at the presentation we had when we were in Bend, and we were learning how because there were so many people living in the forest and camping in the forest and setting off fires, that not only was it easier for them to put out those fires, so they were less likely to burn into the city, but they were also less likely to become the next mega fire. That seems like a benefit, but that's not, that kind of benefit wasn't recognized in the film. And they also pretty much dissed any kind of thinning projects that are sort of out in the middle of nowhere. And I think the experience of the Biscuit Fire, right, where we really saw the combination of thinning and prescribed fire work, that kind of flies in the face of it. And from an environmentalist perspective, I think we know pretty well that in a lot of areas of Southern Oregon and Eastern Oregon now, if we're going to have a mega fire, many of those areas will stay deforested. The microclimate will change so much. So, to just say, thinning doesn't make any sense seems really wrong-headed to me. I think that, I don't know if we'll have the funds and the availability, how much of that to treat, but are we willing to just say, oh, it's okay to lose a few million acres of forest that will never grow back in our lifetimes, or probably anywhere close? I don't think so.
I think if you want to reduce the risk of losing your home, then you thin around it and reduce the fuels around it. And if you want to reduce the risk of losing your home even more, you harden your home. This isn't.
All that's true. All that's absolutely true. I, totally support that. My point is, that to me, it shouldn't be an either or choice, and that, because the movie, and I'm bringing this up because this is getting a lot of play, and the public's going to be talking about it, and probably going to get more people who are coming and are saying, why are you spending money, doing that? I'd love to hear.
Joe, I agree with Brenda. I think we have to be really careful with stuff like that, frankly, like movies like that. You gotta be very careful about there were some points in there that I agreed with, and lots of points that I was like, whoa. To Brenda's point, we have to go back to the science. We got to go back to what is the science telling us about that? And they're right. You can do thinnings and prescribed burning, and you can have a wind event, and none of that matters. However, in many instances, reduction in fuel loading gives firefighters an opportunity to stop fire. It's about mitigating risk, about reducing that risk. It's a numbers game, right? And so I just think Movies like that are interesting, I guess, but I think we as a board have to be really careful about that sort of thing and take it for what it is. I guess.
And, you know, I do think it's important that we all have seen it because you're going to be dealing with a lot of people out there in the public who will have seen it. Mike, any thoughts on this conversation?
Bring them in.
No comment.
We should call these three ladies.
Chair Kelly, Board of Forestry, for the record, Mike Shaw. Thanks for the question. I have not seen it. I intend to. Have not found the time through a variety of other things. I do, so I would agree with Brenda and Joe. And I think the bootleg fire did show some evidence. And I think it is about, there is no silver bullet that's going to fix kind of the wildfire crisis. And we've been talking about this for a while. We can't suppress our way out of it. We can't thin our way out of it. We can't burn our way out of it. I think it's a matter of all of the tools in combination in the right place at the right time for the right reason. And that's going to reduce our risk to some level, realizing that at the end of the day, there's going to be days that the fire and Mother Nature win. And our job or our objective, at least from my perspective, is to reduce the negative impacts and the amount of times that occurs through the variety of tools that we have at our disposal. And so I would encourage us to continue to look for opportunities in the right place to do fuels management and look for opportunities to continue to add fire to the landscape, especially post thinning operations to get to the bootleg fire results on those bad days, and prioritize those around communities and homes and people where we can provide the most bang for our buck.
Thanks. You know, I think you know, through all of this, even though, you know, home hardening is not really in our world of authority, but absolutely, you know, for me, and I think probably everybody here would want to support that 100%. It's just this approach of either or that I struggle with.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that when you look at these biological systems, there is no absolute. There is no one answer because they're dynamic and that is their nature. But you know, in this past years of the pandemic, you know, what was going to save us was this vaccine. But really what we found out, it'll keep us maybe out of the most dire situations where we don't have this big fire, what would be a analogy of a big fireball, but we still have to go back and get, you know, vaccinated. So we stay out of the hospital, but it's not 100% like for people who say, well, you can't burn yourself out, you can't thin yourself out. That's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to not end up in the ICU. And I think that's what Mother Nature told us about the pandemic is do as much as you can. Some of us will survive, some of us will succumb. But for the most part, you know, hopefully we'll live to fight another day kind of a thing, because that's how, you know, the world of nature is.
On the other hand, those trees are storing carbon. So if we're reducing fuels, we're removing carbon. Some of it's just going to get burned on site. Some of it's going to be shipped off. So we don't want to overdo it, this thinning piece, right? We want to continue to store carbon. So there's thinning and then there's thinning. And I've seen thinning projects that probably overdo it a bit. And it's removing carbon, and it's probably more than is going to be effective in terms of slowing the fire down to get it under control. So the devil is in the details here in so many ways that I think we just need to be careful. Mike?
So I just wanted to just follow on this, and I agree with a lot of what's being said here. And I think, Brandon, like you said, the devil is in the details and the devil is in the landscape. And Oregon has a lot of different landscapes and a lot of different types of forest. And what works in one part doesn't work in a different part of Oregon. And I think we all know that, but I think it's really important to say that out loud as often as possible, because every patch of forest is going to have a slightly different recipe on what's going to be appropriate there. And I'm really glad we got you at the helm, Mike. I'm in complete agreement.
Yeah, and that's another criticism that I had of the movie, which is that they did not differentiate at all between dry forests and wet forests. And they had very sweet scenes of that are all very real of a temperate forest. This was the one by the Columbia Gorge, in the years after the fire, and the wildlife and everything coming back. And that's all great. But but then I'm sitting there thinking about those fires in Southern Oregon and thinking about, okay, we're never going to have trees there again. Well, maybe we'll have juniper, sage, over huge areas. So, I don't, I agree the devil's in the details on thinning, and we've got to be very protective of not supporting those kinds of projects that are going to give it a bad name. I don't think we're ever going to be able to afford to do it at such scale that that's going to make the difference that it could.
Yeah, you guys said it all, but let me just add a couple more. I saw a couple of thinnings. One that went through the Lion's Head fire, and beautiful thinning before. I mean, I was hopeful, and it went through and just burned it to a crisp. And I think it might not have been wide enough. That's what my thinking was. But then I looked at one in the bootleg down there on, down there, and this wasn't really. It was a thinning, but you could see the fire had roared out of a very dense stand, hit that neighboring stand, and then just laid down just like you would want it to be. So it just depends on the situation, especially in these wildfires. But I always think about it took us 100 years of fire suppression and a lot of inaction in the woods. And this is what created this situation. And so I still think thinning is a viable. I've had friends tell me you can't cut your way out of fire. Quite possibly can, but just like everyone here is saying, it's a tool in the tool shed. And I think we need to proceed with that and continue. In Central Oregon, when I was working on those collaboratives, our intention was always to try to reintroduce fire to these fire-dependent communities. And I still think that's a good goal. And I agree with you, Brenda. Every site's different, and you got to make sure that you're implementing. In fact, some sites, letting the fire go might be a good thing. So, but we got to do something, and we know this works, and especially around communities, we know this works. One thing I want to add, though, is we need infrastructure. We need places to take these projects, and that creates employment, that creates revenue back to the landowners so they can continue to do work on the lands. I think we've seen this with small landowners where they can't afford to do a lot of this stuff because there's no revenue, and then we need workforce. But I can go on about this, but I think I've heard I'm so glad I'm hearing what I'm hearing from the board, because it sounds like a very well balanced.
The reason I asked, I'm sorry, Sean. The reason I asked that question about the policy, which was in 1989, the Oregon fire policy was passed in 1989, so 32 years ago. The reason I asked about that is what you just alluded to, Cal. Maybe there are some fires that we just try to manage the fire and let it go in some places, and let that take care of it, kind of reset the system a bit, rather than putting everyone out, whack-a-mole. And then some of them you can't get your arms around anyhow because they have their own mind. So,
well, remember the old B&B fire? I went through that one, and there were places where that fire did some really good. So, I don't want to. We have a problem. I don't want to minimize that problem, but it's the conditions we've allowed to happen out there that's creating such a problem for us. And we need to be judicious as how we approach it. But that comes with expertise too. Going to the black and white answer is not always the answer. So.
Oh, Chandra, sorry.
It's okay, Jim. I'm in the corner over here. I'll go last. It's okay.
He's, he's a big guy. He's a big guy.
So I guess I have a couple of threads that have been swirling a little bit that seem kind of connected in my head, but I agree clearly with what a lot of folks have said about the toolbox being important. And more important, I think, than having all those tools is having the right considerations that you're thinking about that dictates which tool is appropriate in which place. And I get a little concerned, and I'm just not sure if we have the infrastructure we need to be nimble enough right now to accommodate how quickly information and conditions change. And I'm thinking back to this NPR article I had read about the New Mexico situation. They're like, they make their prescribed burn determination on the matrix, right? That just wasn't keeping up with the latest climate change information. And they're like, we really have to be shifting from looking at the short-term weather event, and that's how we'd make decisions, to what drought and long-term climate trends mean for that short-term weather event that we're seeing. And that's true for us in everything that we're doing right now when we're thinking about prescribed fire, when we're thinking about when thinning is appropriate, and when we're thinking about the warning system even, right? The conditions that are coming together that create that alert system that we might want to utilize for the public. And I don't have the answer. I don't even know what my question is. I guess it's more just, that it's something that we have to be mindful of, that this is just a rapidly dynamic changing time, in addition to the economics that we're experiencing, right? It's the climate, and it's looking at a historic record that doesn't make sense anymore, right? It's changing too rapidly for us to make completely informed decisions all the time, which might beg for a more precautionary approach in certain circumstances. And I don't even know what that means. Sometimes, like, what is the precautionary approach? Because there's so many risk factors, even within action. So again, sorry for the ramble, but I guess it gets to, I completely agree with science driving our decisions. And I just am thinking about how we create a nimble system that takes into account, right, the changes that we're seeing. So
Shannon, I think that's very right, because I think, in the last few decades, we could look backwards and say, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. And now that we have these really, really different air masses and changes and increase in temperatures, I think we have to take a look at this is what happened, but have this big question mark on how it's going to happen. And so I think we just have to broaden our considerations, and people like Mike are going to help us, and people like Hal are going to help us, but it won't be sufficient enough to go back and say, this is what we knew, and this is what we can predict as much. So I mean, that's, that bit of uncertainty is a bigger percentage. Maybe it was in New Mexico, maybe it was 90-10 uncertainty, but in the coming decades, maybe it's going to be 80-20, or maybe it's going to be 70-30. And so do we plan for that? How does Cal plan for that? How does Mike plan for that?
So two observations. One is the fire risk map that we all took a look at does not include climate change projections. It's based upon the past, not the future. And so we've talked about that. I don't want to beat that dead horse anymore, but I think there's some improvements that can be made there. The other thing we know about climate change impacts across large areas is that extreme events are going to be more likely. Doesn't mean they're going to occur here or there, but they're going to be more likely. And so the 2020 Labor Day fire conditions could come again pretty soon, perhaps sooner. And it's likely to be unpredictable, less predictable. So I think Chandra raises just a really good point. And so those conditions under which you simply cannot control the fire are more likely to occur in the future, and we just need to take that into consideration somehow.
So I think when Congressman Blumenauer testified to us recently, and he's pretty close to the FEMA dollars going out the door. It's a 15x to 1. And I think, when we think about fire, we talk about trees and forest health, but I think all environmentalists, all of us should think about the externalities beyond just the forest. And I think as economists, that's how we think about this, is what is the true cost of the policies and what we're doing? And whether that's smoke and pollution or the damage to human health or the damage to water and fish. And it's a biological system. And what are the externalities and the total costs? And yes, we're spending billions and billions of dollars on wildfire, but we've got trillions of assets at risk if we get it wrong. And I think that's the piece we have to keep in mind, is the trillions in assets around all of these. And if you look at your total true cost, then it puts the cost of the tools in the toolbox, suddenly they seem much more affordable. Or if you can spend the $1 rather than the $15, I mean, that just makes economic sense to me.
Mike, it all depends on how you account for this stuff. It's the accounting method we have. And I know when I was talking about biomass power earlier in my career, we had to use more of a life cycle approach on this in order to understand what are the true costs here. So anyway.
Mike, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say thanks to all of you folks for this conversation. I literally could sit here until about 8 o'clock tonight and have a conversation like this, because this is fascinating stuff, honestly. And I absolutely love the conversation. I want to say thanks, Brenda, for your comments on, maybe the significant weather events, the kind of catastrophic weather events that we've been seeing, and the likely potential for more frequent occurrences. We don't know when. And how it related to the Labor Day storm, right? And then we saw it again last year with a 1 in 1,200 year heat dome event that we experienced at the end of June. And it takes me back. We tend to talk about fire in Oregon as a Southwest Oregon and a Eastern Oregon problem. And the Labor Day events kind of opened our eyes a little bit. And when I say our eyes, I mean kind of today's society. We don't have to go back very far to see significant fires on the landscape in Northwest Oregon that occurred frequently for a time frame, but it's prior to our lifespan, and we don't think about things in those ways. So 1933, Tillamook burn, 1939, Tillamook burn, 1945, Tillamook burn, and 1951. And I know the years quite well. I don't know the acres, but it was a lot of acres in all 4 of those events on a 6-year return interval in something that we think or characterize as not a high fire risk in Oregon. So to your point, if we get to a scenario in which there are more frequent intense weather events that would lead to wildfire problems, it becomes an Oregon problem, and we shouldn't shrink our thinking to think it doesn't have an impact on all Oregonians and in all places in Oregon. So all the tools we're talking about and utilizing those in different places at different times with a little different prescription, I think is hugely valuable. And the devil is in the details. So there will be a lot of conversations, and I love hearing you guys talk about it. So thanks for letting me participate.
On a slightly different topic, I'll just bring up, I had a short conversation with Mike and Tim earlier. We have another storm brewing, which of course is all the WUI notices that are going out to people all over the state. And apparently some legislators are already getting earfuls. And basically got the idea, correct me from Tim and Mike, that perhaps by late fall, they'll be at the point where they're starting to identify sort of, what might be systemic in terms of changes that will be necessary on the mapping systems. And also I've asked that we hopefully before the end of the year, they're able to give us an update on how things are going. But this is certainly, we're all going to hear more, and they might even address some letters to us. So prepare yourselves. Any thoughts on that or comments?
Just a thought we talked about maybe if it got to that point, setting up a similar incident command to deal with if the numbers are really big toward the end. Cal, have you given any more thought to that? Setting up, if you do get a lot of public comment and input on the designations for WUI, maybe I just put out there last time, would you set up an incident command system to deal with that? And I was wondering if you gave any more thought to that.
Mike's been pretty involved. Mike's been involved with this, and actually, you have more information than I do because you were out with the representatives and commissioners the other week. So
Yeah, so maybe a couple comments, and I'll address your comment second. So
I can speak loud. Give me an opportunity to yell without. So what I would say about the movie map, we knew it was going to be a challenge.
narrow criteria. Thank you. I'll not yell now. Very kind of strict direction on how we develop the map and the criteria to develop the map. And we knew that there was going to be some challenges when it first came out because we hadn't had a chance to see it. And so we're taking, it's been out for a couple of weeks now, as folks know, and we're taking lots of input, local communities, planning commissions, county commissioners, local governments, and private citizens, all providing feedback, comments, critiques, concerns. At this point, we're not making any changes or doing anything. We're collecting all that information. At the end of the day, we can't make subjective one-off decisions to address an outcome that somebody doesn't like. We have to address it in a very objective and scientific manner, i.e. the manner in which the map was developed. And so at this point, we're still in a kind of a seeking to understand where the challenges lay and what are the opportunities to refine. And I say this very lightly. What we don't want to do is throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can't take a 95% or a 90% quality product and throw it out because 5% of the result is coming back in a manner that is frustrating for folks. We have to understand what those are and look for opportunities to refine that process. And so we're still probably a month and a half out from gathering enough information to be able to make true refinements and understand what that looks like in an objective manner, and are working very aggressively with Oregon State to do that. We are very actively taking phone calls and emails as we speak. I actually think while I was sitting here, I got a phone number that I didn't know what it was. And I'm pretty sure that somebody looked my name up and found my cell phone number. And so I expect much more of that in the near future. As far as your question, we haven't done anything significant from a staffing, i.e. a incident command system sort of scenario to address the workload, because we're just now getting into it. If we get to a point where the workload is too overbearing, we will definitely be bringing in capacity to Tim's shop to help manage that workload so that we can provide service to Oregonians in a timely manner. I'm not sure that we will get there, but we will definitely, the ICS system, as you know, can expand and contract as necessary. And so we would just bring in capacity similar to the ICS system to provide Tim whatever he needs to be successful.
Thank you. And I would just say that if it comes to the point where you think you need capacity for us to, send out the message, if you wanted to do a little elevator speech that we could share with neighbors and friends who might ask us, that'd be great when you think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I've got your personal contact information. I'll make sure I reach out.
Carla just made a nice suggestion that She suggested she noticed that we have 4 members of the public, not ODF employees in the back of the room who've been with us all day. And just wondering if any of them want to come up and make a comment on any subject or any ideas. If you're all invited, you know who you are. Cindy, Scott.
Let's not be shy. Come on.
Good guess. All right. They're so shy until they're not. Some speakers. Oh.
There we go.
I think he's grabbing.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on for the microphones.
Oh, it works now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we'll pass it around.
Okay, you go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Cindy Robert with Manulife Timberland and Agriculture. I really appreciate that. Actually was just thinking, is this open more forum where you talk and Mike came up and talked to you and some other person come talk to you from the staff helpful? Yeah. I mean, you share insights in there that I didn't really, I would not have said that's, Member McComb's opinion. I would not have thought that. So it's really helpful. I don't know if it's, I mean, to me, it's more helpful than the presentations that we can read in the consent agenda. So I wanted to say that. And then secondly, just congratulations, Cal.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I usually talk about state land issues, as you guys know, but maybe I'll just I did watch the elemental video and, I think one of the things that was missing from the conversation that we just heard was really about the carbon impacts from those fires, the smoke. I mean, those 2020 Labor Day fires, the smoke went all the way to like New York City, I think, from Oregon. So I feel like that's something that when we're talking about, the health of communities, health of forests, all of that. I mean, that's such a huge impact. If you're burning, for thinning, yes, you're releasing carbon at that point, but what is the impact if you don't thin and then a catastrophic fire comes through? So I just think there's so many elements to this elemental video that are missing that I think we need to be, kind of careful of when we're talking about this stuff. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on this previous conversation, but it is great to have more, as Cindy was saying, more conversation from you guys to hear perspectives, because we don't get to hear that as board members or as non-board members. We can talk to 2 or 3 of you at a time, but that's not a collective kind of thought process. So having more time on the agenda to hear from you and kind of hear your discussions is definitely helpful. So thank you.
This is a informal time and a formal meeting, so we do need you all to identify yourselves for the record.
Sorry, Laura Wilkinson, State Forest Policy Director for Hampton Lumber.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Kyle Williams, and my title is the Director of Forest Protection for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. And I say that with emphasis because the conversation you just had about the film, and more importantly, just this, what do we do as Oregonians from a policy perspective, from a holistic perspective, right? That's my job. That's what they pay me to do, is worry about keeping our forests green, communities healthy, keep the smoke out of the Shakespeare Festival, right? It's, Kyle, go fix that for us. And it is so encouraging to hear this conversation right now. It's not just a either or conversation. It can't be. And that's on both sides of the spectrum. When Matt Donegan was chairing the Governor's Wildfire Council, we had a conversation about the dangers of both ends of the spectrum, and nobody functionally living in the middle. And I think that's desperately needed and a perfect spot for the Board of Forestry, frankly, because of the responsibilities that we all share and some of the opportunities that you guys specifically have to help drive some of that. So really appreciate this whole conversation, this whole day. It's been super productive and encouraging. So thank you.
Well, I guess I'm last. Amanda Sullivan, Astor, Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers. Yeah, thanks for having us come speak to you guys. As I always do, I write notes throughout everything, so I'll address a few things. Just keeping on the topic of the really robust conversation related to fire prevention, mitigation, and the like. one thing from Associated Oregon Loggers perspective and my personal perspective as a certified forester, I agree. Every tool in the toolbox is necessary. When you have different environments and different places, different tools should and can be applied. One thing that's really important, though, is the recognition of the entire ecosystem of the infrastructure to accomplish those goals. So ensuring that we have, the milling infrastructure and the workforce to be able to do what we need to do on the front end during an incident and on the recovery end. And if you only focus on one of those things, then the other two are not happening and the entire ecosystem doesn't work appropriately. So kind of those externalities that board member Chambers had mentioned, I think is really important to keep in mind, as well as the opportunity and the recognition that when we do work that produces a profit in the woods, we're able to do more work. We're able to maintain roads for good ingress and egress for firefighting, which is extremely important when we think about initial TAC. So just some things on that front that I just wanted to bring up. The second point related to this portion of the agenda today, I want to address Chair Member McComb's comments related to DEI. So one thing that's really interesting that you might look into, State Forester Makamoto, is when I worked for the Forest Service, they have special emphasis programs, one of which is LGBT. Actually, I think it was just LGB at the time. I don't know if they've expanded to the whole LGBTQIA plus or anything like that, but I was the special emphasis program manager for LGBT on the forest that I worked on. Every forest is supposed to have special emphasis program managers that also include Indigenous, Pacific Islander, women, veterans, and the like. And it was a really interesting concept where you had somebody kind of managing that program within any part of the organization, kind of taking that on and then providing, brown bag lunch seminars or materials, PowerPoints to share with the entire organization. And I thought that it was a really unique kind of structure and could provide a unique structure within the department to think about DEI and education about those different types of different demographics within the organization differently. So one thing to think about or look into. So I appreciated your comment though, Brenda.
Thanks for that. And just to follow up, the Forest Stewards Guild is having online webinar events for members of the LGBTQ plus community from across the country as a chance to people who are in forestry and natural resources, chance to get together and connect with other folks so that they don't feel alone. And we've heard that message from a lot of folks in that community, in the forestry community, who feel like, am I the only one around here? And so if anybody knows folks who might be interested in that, let me know. I'll connect you with the right people to have you attend the next event, which will be in August. The second comment I have is a comment I heard yesterday at a meeting that Ben and Cal and Jim were in, and that is there are the two sides of the road, right? But there's the middle of the road. The problem with the middle of the road is it's really easy to get run over. And I've been run over a lot. But that's the place to be. That's where the solutions are going to be, in the middle.
Really appreciate your comment. Not that awkward.
Thank you.
That's great. Dan.
Thank you. This is a fun conversation. And Brenda's passing comment about the event yesterday reminded me that a couple of us were at a very interesting event yesterday where we were learning about what does climate smart forestry look like into the future? What does climate smarter forestry look like? And there was a robust discussion about strategies, tactics, practices of adaptation, mitigation, how those two overlap with each other, and a great sort of stretching our minds of what does forestry look like into the future here in Oregon. And I'd be happy to share with anybody more of that conversation from yesterday, one-on-one. And just, it was a reminder that all of us here really have work to do to stretch our minds to think about what healthy forests, green forests, productive forests are going to look like into the future, and how we as a board can support that and can come up with policies that support that. Because just, I mean, the last 45 minutes, we've been talking about how our forests are under threat and our forests are struggling. And it's, to Chandra's point, that it is changing fast, and there are going to be more and more extreme weather events, both on the hot, dry fire side of things and on the crazy winter storm side of things, and big ice storms and snowstorms and abnormal events that really whack down parts of our forest in various ways. And so the more we can sort of stretch our minds to think about strategies to keep promoting these forests as healthy, robust, productive ecosystems is really important. And yeah, happy to talk more about that conversation we had yesterday.
Any other thoughts around process changes and the day process wise? What's that? Thank you. Liz?
I really like this, you creating space at the end, not like we're holding up our notebooks and running out, that we actually are talking with each other, which is great. You asked, Chair, made a comment when we first started about leaning into science and policy. And I know we've had a good amount of science on the climate change and carbon. And I'm just wondering if we need to step up more into people with experience on policy. And I was thinking, the name Dave Cleaves, comes to mind. And because we are about creating policy. And so I just wanted to say yes to that.
Yeah, our state forester took a note.
Well, yeah, and
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to just say, was specifically to that individual, I know Ryan and I have him on our scope, and but as we are able to work with the chair and the board on how we adjust the schedule, we want to make room for more of these people with a different perspective, kind of like what you did with Kit Sauber and Matt Donegan, that sort of thing, and bring them in and have a discussion very much like this. I think this is a good way to use the talent we have on the board. Yeah.
All right. With that, we've had an opportunity for a relaxed conversation. It's been wonderful, and we can still get out of here a little bit early. And so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hmm.